tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. We may take our seats. May I invite the Director, Parliamentary Budget Office, Dr. Martin Masinde, to proceed with the rest of the program.
Thank you, Edison. Good morning, colleagues. Can I ask Oscar Namlanda in the room to come and pray for us? Oscar Namlanda.
Standard the prayer, right?
Yes.
Let us pray. We'll do the Kiswahili version of the prayer. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba ututeremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi hii yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amina.
Now, before we start, can we fill the spaces in front? Those people behind from Amran and the group, please move forward. Let's fill the spaces available in front. Kindly, quickly, we do that. Unless you are running away from the clerk. Please move. Yeah, ensure we fill the spaces. Muhammad is there alone. Why can't somebody join him here? Gorod and your team, please. Abel. Kosiba, he wants to you sit with this gentleman here, please. Kosiba, move here. Move forward here. This front row is empty, please. Just join you. He's a good man, I can tell you. I know him very well. He wants company. So colleagues, welcome to the 6th African Network of the Parliamentary Budget Offices. It's my pleasure, the Chairman, Budget Committee of the National Assembly, the Clerk of Senate and the Secretary of the Parliamentary Service Commission, the Clerk of National Assembly, the Chair of the Governing Council for NPBO, Dr. Njandis, members of the NPBO, staff of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Kenyan Parliament, I want to welcome you, and I'm indeed delighted to welcome you for this 6th conference in Mombasa, Kenya. I also want to thank the partners on board. We recognize and appreciate notable partners to this network, specifically the OECD network, the Collaborative African Budget Reform Initiative called CABRI, the South Korea National Assembly Budget Office, the Independent Fiscal Institution in Brazil, as well as the IMF East Afritac. I also want to welcome the UNDP on board today. And to me, it's just to welcome you to Mombasa, and perhaps to start with, we need to perhaps just know each other. And I want just quickly to ask the leader of delegation from South Africa to perhaps introduce the delegates from Parliament of South Africa. Apart from the chairman, we require to appoint a leader of delegation, not the chair of the PBO, somebody to introduce our colleagues from Parliament of South Africa.
Good morning, colleagues. It's really a pleasure for us to be here in South Africa. Our whole team came today, except one of our colleagues, because he's expecting, or his wife is expecting a baby. Otherwise, the whole team would have been here today. So, I'm Nelia Orlandi. I'm the Deputy Director for Policy Implementation in the PBO. My colleague next to me is Dr. Mapula Sekatane. She's the policy analyst. And then in front we have Dr. Siraj Mohammed. He's the Deputy Director for Economic Analysis. And then we have our Acting Deputy Director of Finance in the PBO. She's Busi, what's her surname? Busi Sebekus is one of our newer colleagues. And then we have Kagiso, she's an economist in our office, Kagiso Mamabolo. And in front is our director, you all know him, he's Dr. Dumisani Yankis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. KwaZulu-Natal province. Are you in the room? Yes, please. Introduce yourselves kindly.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Mr. Tumelo, surname it's Padi. I'm the Budget, Economic and Content Advisor in the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature under South Africa. I'm here with my colleague. I'll give her the mic to introduce herself.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Verna Benjamin. I'm a Senior Legal Advisor in the KZN Legislature.
Thank you. Clap for them, please. We now have, this is easier for me to pronounce, Gauteng province. Please give them the mic. Gauteng, right?
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Ralph Chilwane from the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. I'm the budget project manager. We are currently establishing our own PBO in the province, and I'm with my colleague. He will introduce himself.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shakespeare Ngube. I'm with the province of Gauteng in South Africa, responsible for legal services. Thank you very much.
Clap for them, please. We have Zimbabwe, the last hosts. The previous, the 5th annual PBO was held in Zimbabwe. Colleagues from Zimbabwe.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Beta Sibanda. I'm a Deputy Director in the Zimbabwe Parliament Budget Office. I'm with my colleague Tatenda Munyikwa. I don't see him. He was seated next to our colleague from Malawi. So it's the two of us from Zimbabwe.
Yes.
We're excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Parliament of Malawi, PBO Malawi. Sangwani.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sangwani Piri. I'm the Chief Budget Analyst in the Malawi PBO and the current head of the PBO. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's clap for her. Tanzania.
Good morning. My name is Michael Kadebe from Tanzania. I'm Director, Parliamentary Budget Offices, accompanied with my colleague here.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Mary Laswai from Tanzania, Assistant Director, PBO.
Thank you. Wapigie makofi wa Tanzania. Sierra Leone. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you greetings from the Parliament of Sierra Leone. My name is Ibrahim Jimisa. I am the Director for Parliamentary Budget Office, Sierra Leone. And I'm also here with my colleague. He will introduce himself. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sambeto Kagbori from Sierra Leone. I'm a financial analyst. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have somebody from clap for them, please? Somalia? Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abdiftah Abdul Kadir. I'm the Director of PBO from Somalia.
Thank you. Karibu sana. Thank you so much. Liberia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Moses T. Cooper. I'm the Director of the Legislative Budget Office of the Liberian Legislature. With me is my Deputy Director for Expenditure Analysis.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Otello Estaba, Deputy Director for Expenditure and Sectoral Analysis of the Liberian Legislative Budget Office. We are happy to be in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's clap for them, please. Back home, Uganda, the oldest PBO.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I'm Chigodo Suleiman, Director PBO Uganda. I came with my team of officers. I think I prefer they introduce themselves.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mataka Janet. I'm a Principal Economist in the Budget Office, Uganda.
Good morning. My name is David Senyonjo. I'm an economist with the Real and Monetary Sector.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Flavia Babide, an economist from the Parliamentary Budget Office of Uganda.
Good morning. My name is Ruth Uwize Jabo. I'm an economist from the Parliamentary Budget Office. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mugisha David, Principal Economist from the Parliamentary Budget Office of Uganda.
Good morning. I'm Edward Ngobye, an economist in the Budget Office, Uganda.
Morning to you all. Mr. Masinde, from today on will be called Council of Elders, the PBO of Uganda. My name is Julius Kabatsi. I'm an Assistant Director for the PBO of Uganda.
Thank you. Yeah, now, GFCAS also have people who are participating virtually. We have Zambia. I'm not sure they are online. Delegates from Zambia. They are online, right? Delegates from Gambia. Are they online? Not yet. Delegates from Mozambique. Delegates from Nigeria and delegates from the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature of South Africa. The other participants, we have somebody from Iyala. I don't know if he has arrived. The East Africa Legislative Assembly, perhaps it's still on the way coming. Back home, We have 6 counties participating county assemblies. Chief guest and clerk, we call them Kenya County Fiscal Bureaus. And we hope and pray that the 2 clerks will facilitate them to have a specific legislation of creating PBOs in the county governments. What has happened over time is that they are subsumed in the finance departments of the various county assemblies. So can I call Eric Otieno from Nairobi? Is he on board? Not yet. Alphonse Ouma, again from Nairobi. Perhaps they're still on the way. Janet Gitahi from Kiambu County Assembly. Wow, they're missing. Jilo Kidai from Mombasa 001. Jilo? Yes. Just say, Karibu, introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. My name is Jilo Kidai. I'm the Senior Fiscal Analyst in the host county, Mombasa. Thank you.
Let's clap for him. Nakuru County Assembly. I think they'll be joining us soon. Then we have our able lady Esther Ngamau from Muranga. I saw her around. Is she around? Please introduce yourself.
Good morning. I'm Esther Wangeshi Ngamau from Muranga County Assembly. I'm a fiscal analyst.
Thank you. Lastly, I want to come to our able resource persons. We have Mrs. Phyllis Macau. I don't know if she's logged in. Probably she'll be online soon. Polycarp? Okay. Then we have the UNDP team. I don't know if they're in the room. UNDP. They could be coming also. We have the OECD, of course, I mentioned, which are, they are participating virtually. CABRI virtually. The National Assembly Budget Office of Korea virtually. And the Brazilian team also virtually. I think before I invite the chair of the ANPBO, there's a small clip and documentary I want to play. PBO Kenya is celebrating 15 years into existence. And we want just to showcase the view of our bosses, the 2 clerks, the chair budget committee, the speaker, in terms of yes. Actually, I'm being told, yes, I forgot my host, the PBO, the Kenyans, I think I'm moving too fast. So I want to ask Robert Nyaga to introduce the staffers from the Parliamentary Budget Office working in the Expenditure Division. Sorry about that. I was moving too fast. Watu wa Nyaga msimame, Nyaga's people.
Yeah, good morning. Welcome delegates from abroad. Expenditure. My name is Robert Nyaga, Deputy Director, Parliamentary Budget Office. You may rise. Expenditure.
What your Green Army msimame?
These are the staff that support expenditure analysis in Parliamentary Budget Office. We have about 22 staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lucy, now you're seated here. Tell your team to stand up. Those in the Senate.
Thank you, Dr. Masinde. Colleagues, we have members in the Senate Affairs and in the Fiscal Relations Department. They are studying, and we are happy if all managed to come. Thank you.
Who is a dreamer? Millicent. Chief guest, sasa hao ni wa kuota. Wasimame Dr. Abel, Millicent, nani wote stand up. Those who dream numbers, the macro department.
Good morning. This is the team called the Macroeconomic Analysis and Statistics Department. I think in total we are around 10. We do the dreaming, as he calls it, which is to come up with the GDP numbers, analyze the economy. 2 of us also serve in the Senate, in the Finance and Budget Committee. That is me and my colleague Kyoko over there. Thank you.
We also actually did invite people from other directorates. You know, you can imagine if I didn't introduce people from the clerk. Can you just stand? People from the clerk's office. People who came with the clerk of the National Assembly. I can see Lemuna.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Moses Lemuna from the Office of the Clerk. I'm a clerk assistant.
Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Oscar Amblanda from the Directorate of Committees.
Yes, Wanjiru.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Wanjiru Dindiri. I'm a Principal Clerk Assistant in the National Assembly, representing Directorate of Legislative and Procedural Services.
Good morning, everyone. My name is George Gazemba, representing the Director of Departmental Committees.
Lorot, then.
Good morning. I'm Salem Lorot, Legal Services National Assembly.
Senate. Perhaps we require a budget option for the Senate. There are very few clerks.
Good morning. I'm Sombetona. I'm a legal counsel in the Senate, and I work administratively for the clerk of the Senate.
Thank you. Welcome. Accounts and the other departments which I've missed out, just stand, please. From our ICT man, you can just stand for people to see. You can just wave in the interest of time. Major Masinde, your team.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Major Retired Bernard Masinde. I'm the Deputy Chief Sergeant at Arms. You're all safe because we are here with you. Thank you.
Are you sure?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Kanuku, yes.
Good morning. I'm Kamau Karugo from Finance.
Finance. Anybody else before I close? Oh, I was missing out.
Yes, as Meals and Dreams, we do the teaching. So I'm Dr. George Waka from the Center for Parliamentary Studies and Training, and I'm with one of the training officers in charge of public finance, Charles Atamba, and we are happy to be here to collect a few knowledge, ideas and that for the next training set. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Waka. Yes, Nyapere.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Mr. Nyapere Leonard. I'm with the public communication team who are dealing with the protocols and related. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our media guy, Okongo, you're behind. Yes.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Joe Kongo, Head of Media in the National Assembly. I have a team of officers from the media department. James Masharia is here. Then there's Noel Chelagat. I think she's taking photos somewhere, and Frida Ngari. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm done, right? Anybody have missed out? Thank you. So I think it's my pleasure now just to play the documentary for celebration of PBO at 15 before I invite the chair of the council. Thank you. Polycarp, are we ready?
The Constitution of Kenya 2010 enhanced the power of Parliament to approve and oversight the budget. This comprises determination of allocation of national revenue between the two levels of government, approval of taxes and other forms of revenue. For a long time, the Kenya Parliament played a minimum role in the formulation, implementation, audit and oversight of the budget. Budget making was, for the most part, under the exclusive control of the National Treasury. As a result, the budget was presented to the legislature only few hours before the minister read the budget and tabled voluminous and complex documents in the House.
Under the Kenya Constitution 2010, the process of budgeting has been made very complex. The stages it goes through, the need for public participation, the preparation of the budget policy statement, and the committee work and so on, made it necessary to assist members of parliament with an office that will help them in first gathering information, digesting that information, and using it to reasonably be able to appreciate the complexities of budgeting. And the importance of the Parliamentary Budget Office is to assist committees, particularly those responsible for finance and budget processes, in understanding and appreciating the ways and means and the appropriations.
I think I will draw from my own personal experience. When I joined the Senate, it's one thing to read the articles of a constitution, but it's another different thing altogether to process them and work on it as a legislator. Therefore, I knew of the provisions of Article 96, giving the mandate of the Senate, and Article 217 on the sharing of revenue that is raised nationally between the two levels of government. But it is the presence of Parliamentary Budget Office officers who helped us appreciate and understand the different distinctive roles of the various organs that inform this process of sharing revenue between the two levels of government. And it is the guidance of the officers from the Parliamentary Budget Office that senators rely upon the most, because they'll come and share technical jargon with them, fiscal deficit, terms that can be intimidating to somebody who isn't from a finance background. But the preparation that PBO gives you is the counter narrative upon which you can question. Many times Treasury will appear before us, they are ill prepared because they imagine, we're just going to appear before a bunch of politicians. But because of the work of PBO, we counter them with facts, and by the time they go back, you see they come better prepared next time because they know that we have the facts and figures to counter whatever arguments they have.
I can actually speak from experience, having been the chair of the Public Accounts Committee for 5 years in the 12th Parliament. I found the input or support of the Parliamentary Budget Office very, very, very useful. Firstly, at the stage when we are interacting with the accounting officers, the officers from the PBO are able to synthesize those issues that have got to do with budget and fiscal application generally, and therefore be able to help the committee interrogate these reports more effectively. But again, when it comes to the stage of report writing, you need the expertise of the Parliamentary Budget Office to be able to put everything, many things in context. That office is very rich in information, and data.
Established in 2007, the PBO has played a crucial role in supporting Parliament's oversight role of national revenue and expenditure.
And the monster called the budget, unless it's unpacked, nobody really understands what the budget is all about. And the Parliamentary Budget Office was amazing in unpacking that. So my first interaction with that office was when I was the vice chair of the committee, and we had a lot of unpacking done by the office. And that really helped us as members of parliament to understand how to read a budget. Because how to read a budget is different from what you see on the face of the budget. And we, as parliamentarians who are doing oversight, you want to know what is hidden behind what is written. In the Senate, it has been very helpful also to us. We have been able to have it unpacked. Because really a budget must be, you must understand the budget. You cannot oversight what you don't understand. And as I said, we come from different backgrounds. And if there is any capacity building that must be done for a parliamentarian, it is to understand the main agenda, that is the budget itself. The budget process is as important as the budget itself. And this is exactly how the Parliamentary Budget Office helped us understand our role, because it is not just about the money that has gone to your county, it is how you arrive at that figure.
With Parliament comprising of members drawn from various professional backgrounds, the PBO comes in handy in offering proper guidance on fiscal matters to enable them effectively perform their duties.
we benefit greatly, and I say so because, as you are aware, when we are elected as members of parliament, majority of us come from very different areas and backgrounds and professions and engagements. And therefore, we meet in parliament as a people who have varied experiences, have varied expertise, have varied backgrounds in terms of training, in terms of practice, in terms of knowledge, and also in terms of the interactions. And therefore, it is a mosaic of people who are different in many respects. We rely heavily on the expertise and the experience that the PBO, the Parliamentary Budget Office, offers. Their role is not just limited to the three committees. They also advise all members of Parliament in terms of coming up with bills, especially on the money side of that bill.
The Parliamentary Budget Office has been extremely useful to the committee. As you are aware that these are highly technical staff who carry the institutional memory of Parliament as a whole, and have interacted with many topical matters that the committee and the Senate in itself undertakes as a matter of responsibility.
What we realized as Parliament of Kenya is that we were lacking good capacity with respect to facilitating members of Parliament to fully understand what is required of them when it comes to budget making. The role of Parliamentary Budget Office is indeed to help houses of Parliament, to help legislatures to understand their role in budget making, to find their place, rightful place in budget making, because houses of Parliament are not supposed simply to approve or reject budgets, the role and value of a budget, but also to make impact.
The role of a Parliamentary Budget Office cannot be gainsaid in a legislature, because it has to be understood that one of the most fundamental and important roles of a legislature is the budget making process. In fact, to a very large extent, the independence, the autonomy, the efficacy of a legislature is viewed in very large measure from the perspective of how much influence it has in the budget making process.
Basically, the Parliamentary Budget Office has come a long way, and currently we have 3 departments. The macroeconomics department, which basically does macroeconomic analysis among other macro variables. That is like the center department, because it gives information both to Senate and National Assembly on matters of the macro economy, the larger economy, that so to speak. Then we have the expenditure department, which basically serves the National Assembly, the 20+ committees in the National Assembly in terms of budget analysis, budget implementation, among other tasks. Then we have the Senate Affairs Department, which is basically dedicated to the Senate in terms of helping committees of the Senate, and specifically the Finance and Budget Committee, on matters of devolution, on matters of sharing the cake, national cake, the division of revenue, the county allocation of revenue legislation, as well as the county government additional allocation legislation.
Further, Parliament was not adequately capacitated to analyze the policy documents, and its involvement remained largely a formality, a rubber stamp. The Parliamentary Budget Office was therefore established to address this weakness.
When the motion had been gone through Parliament, the National Treasury had protested that there can't be a similar office named the same as the Budget Office of National Treasury. And therefore we stayed as Office of Fiscal Analysis up to the year 2009, when the Fiscal Management Act was passed on. And that act is one which gave us the legal office called Parliamentary Budget Office.
The Parliamentary Budget Office is a non-partisan office in Parliament that provides professional, non-partisan advice, and conducts objective analysis on the budget, finance, and the economy.
And what strikes me most is its independence. Yeah, the office appears to be fairly independent and is able to advise without really being biased. Yes, they, as I want to call it, they would many times say it as it is. It needs to be allowed to resource itself in terms of personnel. It's because I'm sure it is the office that understands the kind of human resource it needs, and therefore should be given some leeway to be able to identify the kind of capacity that they need to be able to be effective and efficient in delivering on their mandate.
I find the Kenyan Parliament to be extremely independent of all the other, the two other arms of government, both the judiciary and the executive. And in fact, on many occasions, when we go to appear before Budget and Finance Committee, say as members of Parliamentary Service Commission at that particular time serving there, you'd find officers who you sit with in different committees, seated jointly now with members of the Budget and Finance Committee, and they'd give their very independent and critical input without that fear or reverence, saying that, these are our employers, these are the people who determine whether we can be promoted or not. Therefore, if our body is that independent to the point that they can sit and face their employer and critique the budget that they are presenting to them, then who else will they fear? They don't work for the executive, they don't work for the judiciary. Parliament itself has provided that avenue.
Parliamentary budget offices must be independent. Secondly, in terms of hiring, any top brain in terms of budget making, in terms of public policy, in terms of finance policies, must have their way into the Parliamentary Budget Office.
Now, to do so, we need to have individuals who are, of course, properly trained, who understand the issues, who are up to date with contemporary trends and practices around the world. We need to have individuals who are, of course, who understand that they are neutral, they are apolitical, they are non-partisan.
One, this office is very unique in this sense. First, it is established by a legal instrument. It's through an act of parliament, which is very different from many other institutions that are within the country, even within parliament itself. That's one thing that has meant it to be what it is. Now in Treasury, you have all those many departments, but there is one thing that you realize there is a difference, because them, they are a bit gagged in this sense. Even when they realize things are going wrong, they will have to say what the executive wants to hear.
The creation of the Parliamentary Budget Office has been incredibly useful to members of Parliament. It provides valuable expertise and support to members and helps them understand complex economic and financial issues. Additionally, they have been keen on focus to ensuring that these officers are qualified professionals with relevant expertise in their fields of operation. There have been calls for such offices to be established across African legislatures to support members with their oversight role.
Africa has had serious difficulties, especially in the old days of strongman leadership, where you had a situation where the presidents on our continent have never differentiated between private and public resources. You'll find a country has a parliament that is purely a rubber stamp to what the executive does. The creation of such office will help in enlightening members of parliament from both sides of the house, government and opposition, to live to their calling of representing, legislating and oversighting government, with additional responsibility on making sure that as they deal with ways and means, they must also deal with supply, so that resources on our continent can be used for them. There are many, many African countries where The president is a moving treasury. When he moves from one region to another, the whole treasury moves. So Parliament remains a helpless bystander in the affairs of the state. An office such as this will help enlighten parliamentarians, assist them in doing their work, and make sure that as they impose taxation on the people, they also impose responsibility on the executive on the use of those taxes.
It is to the loss of the houses, it is to the loss of parliaments that they don't have such a technical staff and a technical directorate. One, because when you don't have capacity, then you relegate the role of budget making to the executive, because the executive will always have this expertise. Kenya, the way our constitution is that the budget making process is an extremely consultative process. Being consultative, that means then that role is given to the representatives of the people, because it's a consultative process. And even beyond giving that role to elected leaders, the whole process itself is also consultative. So any parliament in the world that has no office that deals precisely with budget making process, then it means they incapacitate those parliaments, and therefore, in other words, then shift that role to where the expertise is, and in most circumstances, that will be in the treasuries of the country. And therefore then, it is to the loss of parliaments.
I would expect also moving forward, now that our parliamentary budget office has come of age, to offer solutions. What should we do about public debt, for instance? Focus on it and offer specific solutions. What is the financial impact of treaties that are entered into by the executive and the Republic of Kenya, the taxpayers? I think Article 2 of our Constitution provides that every treaty signed by the Republic of Kenya becomes part of our laws. It is possible, and I have no doubt, that the executive also looks at the financial implication of treaties. But Parliament comes at the end. We only come in at the time of approval of ratification of the treaty. We have not been, in our parliamentary budget office has not been giving us analysis on the impact, financial impact of treaties, so that the House may be informed, or better informed, at the time of making the decision whether to approve the ratification of a treaty in full, whether to approve a treaty with reservations, or whether to reject approval of ratification of a treaty, with the people of Kenya in mind. Finally, identify champions. Identify champions. Well, what I've seen in my experience as a career parliamentary officer is that different members of parliament are good at different things. Different members of parliament are keen at different things, irrespective of the disciplines that there is, or the things that they study in school. When we identify, we are able to identify and build champions. Members of parliament who can be able to champion a certain cause or a certain thought as parliamentary officers. It helps to build capacity of parliament.
It is an office that I would recommend anytime to any other legislature across the world, not just Africa.
As we look towards the future, it is clear that the role of parliamentary budget officers in supporting legislative oversight will only continue to grow in importance.
Thank you so much. I'm informed the washroom are on my right-hand side, just behind here. Thank you so much. It's now my pleasure to invite the chair of the ANPBO, Dr. Jantis. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. I'm a bit short. I don't know is that I'm short or the stage is longer or what, you know. Good morning, or should I say jumbo everybody. I'm learning chair of the budget committee. I'm learning the language. I'm gonna get there. Thank you so much. Look, where I come from, when there's an event taking place and it rains outside, it's a blessing. So I'm quite happy to see the rain is raining today, which means we are blessed, and the event has been blessed, Dr. Masinde. Thank you so much for the opportunity. On behalf of the African Network of Parliamentary Budget Office, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Parliament of Kenya, led by the Honorable Speaker, Honorable Dr. Moses Watengula, in his absentia. Thank the Chairperson of the Budget Committee, Honorable Ndin Dinyoro. Thank the National Assembly clerk, Mr. Samuel Njoroge. I also thank the Senate, the clerk of the Senate, Mr. Jeremiah Nyengenda. But I also want to take the opportunity to thank my colleague, Director of the Parliamentary Budget Office in Kenya, Dr. Martin Masinde. Thank you so much. But also, just remind ourselves, he's our Secretariat of the African Network Budget Office. Thank you so much for this opportunity. But also, I think the African Network of Budget Office would also like to thank the government of Kenya. I would also like to thank people of Kenya in general. You know, really, it's very important, and friends as well in Kenya for agreeing to host the 6th African Network Parliamentary Budget Office, a conference. But also, most importantly, Chairperson, the clerks, and the director, the warm hospitality we have received thus far. I must say, I haven't had any report of any bad vibes. We've been getting very good feedback. Thank you so much for that. It's very great indeed. And I would also like to greet all the honorable members who are here, and thank you so much for being with us today. I know there are others who are also attending virtually. Also greet our special guests, our speakers, our presenters, and all colleagues who are here in person. But also we recognize technology has gave us power to be in different places all the time. Also recognize the colleagues who are virtually with us today. My name is Dumisani Janchis. I'm the Director of Parliamentary Budget Office from South Africa. But I think today I'm addressing you this morning. I've been sent by the African Network Budget Office really to give an overview of the network and why we are here today, but also share with you our thinking, our initial thinking and vision of this board that we've created in ourselves as peers in this regard. I think we can all agree. I was really encouraged by the video, very, very encouraged by the video we just watched, I must say. I wanted to say that earlier, Dr. Masinde, because we can all agree that our continent is yet to really reach its economic and human development potential that it has to have. And therefore, like our developed society, like other developed societies, other governments and legislatures, clearly our governments are going to have an important role to play to ensure that our continent realizes much needed development as we set out in different frameworks that we will talk about later. We can all agree that our governments are inherently resourced, both human, finance, and other resources that enables our executive branch of government to really drive this development that we need in a continent. On the other hand, Chair and clerks and director, the legislatures are inherently in lack of this capacity. These resources for oversight of a government ensuring that we reach this potential in this regard. So we established this network in 2016 as a forum of members of the budget office in the continent and to share some experience and expertise in supporting our members, and also as a way of building capacity for both members and also for the members of the legislatures within our continent or within our budget offices. We established the network from our own understanding that as collective, we will make an impact towards the development of a continent as we want in our role where what we would be doing. The ANPBO provides us a platform where we can strategically share experience, expertise around the budget offices, and also beyond the budget, beyond the continent itself, as we heard Dr. Masinde earlier, recognizing that we always have partners from beyond the continent. We've got our OECD partners, Cabri, Brazil, and South Korea, and many other partners who often participate, who also share their experience within where they come from, which enriches capacity, but also enriches our parliaments, ensuring the capacity that's required is in place. The network has had and will continue as a space for capacity building for both technicians, members of parliaments and legislatures, respectively. And since we've seen that, since the establishment of the network, we've seen many structures, similar structures within the continent in other countries, actually establishing budget offices or similar structures which recognize the importance of these structures in place. The establishment of the network was at a backdrop of the conversations, the development within the continent of the African 2063 developmental agenda. In this regard, we also know that the African Free Trade Agreement came into force in 2019. In support of oversight, we aim to advise our legislatures, our parliaments, on how executive branch of government is unlocking opportunities through these important and other development strategic documents that are put in place. In particular, when we think about the likely impact of the macroeconomic performances and other outcomes, but also how these strategic developments are impacting our budgets over time, and how are they enhancing. Hence, I was saying, when I was encouraged by the video, some of these things are already picked up there. It is clear that the implementation of these continental economic development strategies will further enable much needed human and economic development within our continent. The oversight over the green budgeting or carbon budget systems are also important as part of Parliament oversight, given our commitments to address the concerns surrounding climate change impacts on societies and our economy within the continent. We therefore also aim that our analysis and advisory to our Parliament ensures that the climate fighting mechanisms introduced by governments around the world and our continent must never disproportionately affect low-income households in particular. The introduction of the green budgeting intentions should be to avoid passing on the added cost of carbon taxations to consumers through higher electricity pricing, for example, and more expensive goods and services in particular. So our analysis will take that into account. Therefore, as a budget office, we aim to ensure that low-income households, but those also in need, are not disproportionately affected some of these climate-fighting mechanisms. Given these contexts and many other considerations, the network is aimed at human and institutional capacity development and strengthening in providing usefulness insight to members of parliament into how budget impacts our economies, how budget impacts our societies, but also how budget itself improves our public finances and public finance positions and performance in that regard. We can all agree that African continent is different from other continents. We see we've got more younger citizens, yet we are less developed like many other continents. That creates an opportunity. That's a huge opportunity, a huge potential for us to drive our own economic development within our society, within this context. And the issue is how is our budget office supporting our legislatures to try and take advantage of these mechanisms and develop our continent. And therefore, our parliaments have an important role holding executive branch of accountable to ensure that the continent develops towards what we want it to be. Therefore, the PBOs, credible research analysis, are of crucial importance in supporting our legislatures, our parliaments in this regard. It is clear and evident that the establishment of PBO is one of the mechanisms adopted by many countries to ensure better technical capabilities to support members of parliament in their fiscal oversight. We have to recognize that the level of human capital and institutional capabilities, requirements for Parliament is largely dependent on whether the legislature is budget making, whether it is a budget influencing, and whether it budget improving, and so on. So that's very important to also put that into context. Therefore, as a budget analyst, we have our work cut out in supporting a legislative within the continent in this regard. It's clear that these issues within the planning, the issues around the planning and functioning of the rule-based fiscal framework in enabling countries to raise their development aspirations has translated into an increased countries establishing budget office or similar entities in this regard. The sixth conference this week, we are hoping to ride on the momentum we built from 2022 Harare conference. The Harare conference took resolutions, including adopting the network charter that establishes the governing council, but I'm also pleased to note that many of the network members countries, parliaments, including here in Kenya, they have recognized the network and the charter itself. We are very encouraged by that. And this meant that the charter has been enforced, and this conference was organized and taking into account the charter provisions that are put in place. It's a very good test for us. I was telling the colleagues, it's an equal conference where we use the charter, and we are very, very happy that things have went so smoothly. It is a great milestone for the network itself, and hopefully now the network will continue to build on capacity and ensure that they can stand on their own. The sixth conference here in Mombasa is intended to cover a variety of discussions and the following themes: the understanding of an African development challenges and opportunities, collaborative partnerships for strengthening public finance management, ensuring finance transparency and governance. We also have a planning session where we'll take stock as a network how far we are and what some of the mechanisms we can still do to institutionalize this platform. In conclusion, Chair, members, colleagues and members, let me also remind us again that the NPBO conference is an opportunity for members of the NPBO and our partners to share experience and expertise in supporting each other and building our own technical capabilities with where we think about our members of parliament across the continent and beyond. We reflect on so many and various macroeconomic and social matters facing our continent. And colleagues, I just want to also emphasize it's important that we are conscious during our discussions and debates and avoid temptations or situations where we impose each other's perspectives or stance of views, much contested issue on much contested issues around macroeconomic perspective and many public finance approach. So we need to be conscious on those matters. It is therefore important to debate and discuss our office successes and development matters within the context of respecting each other's offices, independence, and sovereignty as well. We have many countries, as Dr. Masinde has listed them, entities, and also many colleagues attending virtually, and I'm very, very happy, and the network is very excited, the council is very excited and happy, and really that shows that this will be a very great conference indeed. And I want to thank you so much once more, and I wish you the best conference. Thank you so much. Asante. Thank you so much. I'm also supposed to introduce the clerk of the National Assembly to come up here. Double job I'm doing. Thank you so much. I would also like to take this opportunity once more to thank Honorable Mr. Samuel Njoroge. Just to make sure I get it right. Njoroge, the opportunity to come and brief us. Thank you so much. Asante.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. Mr. Jantes, you do not pronounce my name well, so please forgive me if I don't pronounce you as well, and I will deliberately not pronounce it well. Mr. Jantes. The Honorable Chairperson of Parliamentary Budget Office, the Honorable Chairperson of Budget and Appropriations Committee, Honorable Dinyoro, who also today doubles up as representative of the Speaker of the National Assembly and Chairperson of the Parliamentary Service Commission, my distinguished colleague, the Clerk of the Senate, the Secretary of Parliamentary Service Commission, Mr. Dumisani Jantis, Chairperson of ANPBO, our very own Dr. Masinde, who is also our host this morning, members of the Governing Council of ANPBO, distinguished resource persons present physically and those who are present virtually, guests from various countries, fellow delegates, parliamentary staff, good morning. I'm delighted to be the third person to speak to you today, not just to welcome you to this 6th workshop of a network of parliamentary budget officers from across Africa, but also to share some thoughts as a parliamentary officer. I am notified that the theme of this workshop is the role of parliamentary budget officers in African Parliament, fiscal oversight, contribution to Africa's development agenda, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to make a few remarks. You know, Dr. Masinde, I note yours, you know, clerkship has Society of Clerks at the table, so that's a society. It has a national chapter, the African chapter, and in Kenya, we have our own local chapter. Legal Council, theirs, they call it a colloquium of Legal Council, which was birthed here at home, and now it's a big entity. Hansard officers have a society, and yours, you decided to call it a network. And so, Daktari, I was asking myself, you had to look for a term that distinguishes you from the rest. It could not be a society, an association, but a web, a network of parliamentary budget officers. And I'm again notified that our neighbors, Uganda, are the pioneers in this field. Where is Uganda? Good. They are pioneers in this field. They pioneered. We followed. I don't know whether we have overtaken you or we are still catching up. It's possible we are still catching up. But I don't know what we could have done if we didn't have a parliamentary budget office, at least in Kenya. Every time as a clerk I receive a document on my table, and it has something macro, fiscal, estimate, my first place of call is Parliamentary Budget Office. And we do not confuse a Parliamentary Budget Office from the internal capacity of finance and accounts. We don't. We know what is for Parliamentary Budget Office, and we know what is for internal consumption. And the beauty, Honorable Chairperson of Budget and Appropriations Committee, the beauty of this kind of networks, the beauty of this kind of engagement is that they give us an opportunity to share ideas, to share lessons, and to reflect. A few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to enjoy on behalf of Kenyans splendid and lavish welcome that was given to me and the rest of the delegation from Africa when we were invited to South Africa for salsa. Salsa is not the dance, how I wish it was, but is a society of secretaries of parliaments of South Africa, the national, and the 9 provinces. And we had a good time there. And while there, I learned that we are one. We share many problems. We share many opportunities. Clerk Nyegenye, you know, one of the things we are all taken to court about is public participation. And while there, I was agonizing about our finance bill case, which was in court. And I thought we were in problems until when colleagues from South Africa started speaking about, there's a case you called Constance Mogale case versus the Speaker of the National Assembly and 9 others. 9 others includes 8 of the 9 provinces, and I'm sure your National Council of Provinces. In that case, an act called the traditional Khoisan Leaders Act was declared unconstitutional for want of public participation. I thought that we are the only ones who have public participation in the constitution. South Africa also has land, and theirs is a little bit more elaborate. And if we had provisions closer to yours, I doubt we'll be passing any bill in this country. That particular act was declared unconstitutional for a number of things. The Constitutional Court said it did not meet the constitutional threshold for public participation for a number of parameters. One of them, which I found to be very strange, is that there were no sufficient copies of the bill given to the communities. We don't even give 5 to communities. We put it on the website. We publish a notification in the newspapers, but we do not produce physical copies for the people. The other ground was that there was no sufficient pre-public participation education. I said, really? Parliament to educate the people before you go there for public participation? Another one, which I thought again was strange, is that the copies of the bill were not translated in the local languages, and where they were translated, translation missed the point. I said, Jesus, you know, we only have English and Swahili in this country. Of course, all our laws, all our bills are in English. An attempt to translate a bill from English into Swahili, I doubt we would go any far. Yet, there's a country where a law is declared unconstitutional for want of translation. That translators missed a few things. And then finally, there was a political aspect that politicians, when they went to do public participation, they gave more prominence to traditional leaders and forgot the people. It was declared unconstitutional. I think they were given, is it 1 year, to attempt to do something about it. My point is, the more we interact, the more we network, the more we realize that others have problems too, and that we can learn a lot from them, and that we also have opportunities as individual nations, that we are probably ahead in a number of things that we thought that we are not doing well. So karibuni sana, once again, colleagues from and distinguished guests from the different countries. I've had a cursory look at the conference program, and I note with great satisfaction that it is not only appropriate but also quite enriching and gives us an opportunity for us to share ideas. The content will unveil great topical discussion that will allow sharing of experiences, and that will strengthen budget oversight capabilities of all delegates here present today. Allow me from the onset to laud the tremendous work that parliamentary budget offices all over the continent and fiscal bureaucrats, those from the counties, do with respect to helping legislators and even us as administrators to understand work related to budget. Traditionally, as was said by our speaker in the video clip, budget making was seen as an area for the executive only, exclusive to the executive. And the executive would send treasury, we used to call them treasury? Mandarins to parliaments to scare off politicians with big words of macro, micro, fiscal, statistics of changes in interest rates. And during our days, we could only change the budget by a small margin. Could not increase, but could only reduce by, was it 20 pounds? 20 pounds only, I mean, which is meaningless. Of course, with the advent of the new constitution, the entrenchment of Parliamentary Budget Office in law, we have moved far. And what comes to my mind is, what else are we missing? Suppose we missed the bus of Parliamentary Budget Office when it was passing. We would be very behind. Is it possible that as African parliaments, national and provinces and counties, that the other professional aspects that we are missing, because we have not taken time either to establish them in law or simply to establish them administratively? It is possible. Because before PBO was established, we didn't know really that we are missing what we have today. And we are lucky that we founded ours in law that time, early enough. Immediately passed our new constitution. The next thing was to do a PBO. If we didn't do it then, probably Dr. Masinde, we will be very far behind. I have no doubt, we'll be very far behind. The steps that we are making in our national parliament with respect to budget making, the influence parliament has today on the national pass, the respect that the institution of parliament has received from the executive, the judiciary, and the public when it comes to budget making. It's largely because of the professionals within parliamentary square that advise the politicians and administrators on the content of the budget. Now we are able to speak with authority. We are able to cite publications done by our own officers with authority, and we are able to give examples of what is happening elsewhere in the African continent. Our PBO has grown thanks to the Parliamentary Service Commission from a small entity of 2 officers to almost 50 professionals today. 50 in a span of a very short period. The challenge on us as administrators is how to keep those professionals engaged and how to make them feel that they are having meaningful impact on the society. Because it's not sufficient for you to come up with good analysis and then that analysis ends up in the library. That analysis has to find itself in policy, has to find itself in bills, and has to impact on the national economy. For colleagues from Uganda, you will might be shocked to learn that Treasury consults our Parliamentary Budget Office our National Treasury consults our Parliamentary Budget Office every now and then, sometimes asking that we loan them the expertise that we have when we are doing estimates, when we are considering debt papers, because they know that Parliament has good capacity, Parliament has been able to attract and retain. They make a call or write, say, can you loan us a few officers to help us during this process? so that when the paper comes to Parliament, we are all on the same page. Sometimes it means they are afraid of the expertise that we have, and they would want the experts to be with them when they are doing the paper. Because we are one country, we are one government, sometimes we loan those officers to them, because they also used to loan officers to us. But sometimes we are jealous. Say, we would want to keep ours for now, so that you do your thing, and then we'll be able to look at it when it comes. So I am grateful to our Parliamentary Service Commission for the ability to grow our PBO that far. And thanks to the constitutional change in the history of our country, when the power of the public purse changed from the executive to the legislature, initially, when that change happened, we didn't know what to do. We were not sure that we'll be able to match the expertise that there is in the executive. But today we are proud, and we are growing, Dr. Masinde. We will continue supporting you. We will continue supporting you locally and also assisting you to network with the rest in Africa and beyond. The whole area of budget making is regarded by many to not only be complex but also technical, heavy laden with economics and finance, and not forgetting the fact that the work is robustly analytical in nature. On the flip side, legislators across the globe are drawn from different fields. They come from different disciplines, they come from different areas, and it's our business as administrators, it's our business as experts to assist legislators understand their role, particularly in budget making. The statement of the old American Revolution comes into mind here, that no taxation without representation. Therefore, the voices of the people through their representative must be heard even on budget matters. And this is where you come in as parliamentary budget officers. You take on a pivotal role to midwife and simplify the process to your respective legislators, who are subsequently able to not only understand their mandates, but also improve the use of budget as a tool to ensure that the aspirations and concerns of citizens whom they represent are taken into consideration when making the budget. As Jacob Law stated, a budget is not just a collection of numbers, but an expression of values and aspirations. I've looked again at the various thematic areas for presentations and discussion during this workshop, and I am satisfied that it will meet its objectives. Issues such as public debt and debt vulnerabilities, I notice, will be discussed, and the somewhat worrying trends of macroeconomic outlook of the world, while devising ways to approach and analyze the macroeconomic challenges of inflation, interest rates, and exchange rate volatilities, coupled with policy concerns on food security and climate change imperatives. Colleagues, these are the things that are being discussed today. After the COVID-19 pandemic and the financial crisis that we are going through as a universe, the problems between Russia and its neighbor, what concerns most nations today is inflation, it is interest rates, it is exchange rate volatilities, and their effects on the national economies. When you open our newspaper, the Business Daily, every day, it's about how is our shilling performing relative to the dollar, and what is causing that to happen. The other day, we were being told that the shilling in Kenya may get affected by the policy of oil importation. The government to government, or they call them the OMCs, because of the stress either of those policies have on the local currency. And we got assurance from the government that all is okay. But we can only, as officers who work in Parliament and politicians who listen to our Parliamentary Budget Office, we get satisfaction when we hear our Parliamentary Budget Office telling us things are okay. Don't worry, things are okay. If Treasury says things are okay and PBO says things are not okay, we have a reason to worry. If both PBO and Treasury says things are okay, then we relax and we know there's no need to worry. Those who have a few dollars, you don't have to worry keeping them. You can sell them. And that's it. I'm happy to observe that there will be discussion on the topic on money bills, which is a topic that in our Parliament, like Senate, agree with me that is that one area that we are yet to fully legislate on, we are yet to fully acclimatize with. There are those who feel that a money bill is any bill that has a financial implication. Even if it's a bill to create an entity to control and manage cancer. Right? So long as it has a board in it, is it the expenditure people? The expenditure people will, right? Will say that will have an expense on budget. That will mean an expense on budget. People will be paid allowances. There are those who take a strict meaning of money bill, that a money bill is a bill like a finance bill, an appropriation bill, an equalization appropriation bill, a bill that means to allow the executive to dip its hand into the consolidated fund, a bill that speaks to taxation. We are still there. The two houses of Parliament, we have been engaging, and I think we are better off today than we were a few years ago, because we have come of age. We realize that we do not have to fight over small things. You know, there's something called narcissism of small things, and you engage in unnecessary war over definitions. And I think we have moved on, and I would be waiting to hear from you what is a conventional definition of a money bill. From an administrative point of view, mainstreaming participatory budgeting in line with constitutional safeguards and requirements, as well as best practices, including proper analysis of public input in the public budget processes, remain priority to my office. And to this end, I once again, before you, want to give my personal and official commitment to supporting Parliamentary Budget Office to achieve its objectives, Dr. Masinde and your team. I recall when you walked to the office and indicated that you are going to host this network. Initially I asked, why a network? I mean, why not an association? Why? And you convinced us, and we agreed. And because also the chair of Parliamentary Budget, the chair of Budget and Appropriations Committee understands these things, he easily agreed to facilitating when we were doing the estimates to ensure that we are able to host this workshop. And that is just one in many, so that we don't leave the burden to ladies and gentlemen from South Africa to be hosting us every now and then. It's not that we would mind coming there, but we would also want you to stay in Kenya to come to Kenya again and again and again for these kind of networks. Allow me, colleagues, to wrap up by giving a few challenges to us. One of them, we just spoke earlier on the video, is the need for us to stay being innovative and creative. Innovative and creative. Why we will be left behind as institutions is if we sit and relax simply because we are being paid a wage or a salary and spend time simply doing PowerPoints. The world today is rewarding, the world today is gifting those who innovate, those who give ideas from zero to something. The world is rewarding institutions that originate ideas, institutions that are creative. And I want to challenge us to be creative, to change with times. Secondly, may I challenge us to provide solutions. Houses of Parliament, we are accustomed to criticizing. We are accustomed to waiting for a bill to come, then we can criticize sometimes. We are accustomed to waiting for a budget to come, then we can critique the budget. That is not primarily what we should be doing. Why not provide alternatives? Why not provide solutions? When we tell the executive, you cannot borrow. Let's remind ourselves that we are also part of government. We tell the executive, hey, you are borrowing too much, stop borrowing. So, the head of the executive will ask you, so what? So what should I do? Let us be part of the solution so that we are able to give alternatives. So that we are not looked at as the enemy, the entity that only waits to criticize, the entity that is only good at poking holes. Thirdly, I persuade us to approach our work with simplicity. Let us simplify the language that we use when we are discussing budget matters with politicians. You know, the consumers of our work, consumers of our product, is a politician who is a busy being, and the public. If we become too inundated with big words, macro, micro, and the other words that follow, changes of interest rates, arbitrage, we lose our audience. Let us understand it. We speak that language when we are together as PBO officers and bureaucrats. But when we are speaking to politicians, if we want politicians to understand and carry us along, let us simplify our language. Let us simplify. Let us not appear too sophisticated or complex. Fourthly, is it possible for us to create a nexus between what we do and the people? In my 22 years experience as a parliamentary officer, I have learned that one of the ways of getting into heart of a politician is to create a nexus between what you are proposing and the people that they represent. They will listen to you. You will carry them with you. You'll most likely have marketed your idea that, hey, you will solve the problems of dams in this country if we do the following in the budget. And when you solve the problems of dams, this will happen to your people. That will solve the problem of repairs in schools. public primary schools, elementary schools and colleges, if we do the following in budget. When we create a nexus between budget making process and the people, we carry along our principal client, who is a member of parliament. Fifth, is it possible for us to look for, I call it competing for legislative space. Remember, the consumer of our work also has other things to do. The member for Kiharu was not elected to make budget. That's not the only thing he was elected to do. He's supposed to represent his people, to make laws, to engage in deliberative motions in the House, to vet people for appointments, and of course, to engage in politics, which we are unable to teach them. The last one, we are unable to teach them. They can only teach us. But the others, we can be able to engage and have a discourse. Because they have this myriad of responsibilities, you have to compete for legislative space for you to find an entry. Currently, I think the only time we really engage, in Kenya, the only time we really engage members of parliament is doing estimates. It is when we are doing estimates, am I right? That is the main estimate or supplementary. That time we are able to get into the space. A bit when we are doing the budget policy statement. Budget implementation, am I right, Dr. Masinde? When we are looking at budget implementation, we don't get any legislative space. And it's time we compete, because we have to compete with bills. The same committees which are supposed to oversight and follow up budget implementation, the same committee that I will be telling, hey, where is your report on bills? So you got to compete for space and determine when is the right time to do what. May I also urge you, finally, not to be left behind in the traditional Westminster way of doing things. Our society is evolving with each passing moment. I ask you to keep abreast with the changing times. Be in time, colleagues. This workshop comes at a time when Kenya is hosting two international meetings. One is the Africa Climate Summit. The second one is Africa Climate Week, both happening at the same time. And our president, our executive are staying current, because the current issues is about global warming, it's about climate change. And I've seen one of the topics and one of the key subjects being discussed is climate financing, carbon trading. Is it time we look at is it not time we look at what component of carbon trading can become part of budget financing? Because that is where the world is moving to, at least when it comes to climate change. So keep abreast with the changing times and move with times. Be the ones to originate these ideas also. In conclusion, I ask you to endeavor to develop strong, informal working relationships at all levels, because the importance of human element cannot be overemphasized in parliamentary budget, research and technical fellowship. And I urge you to balance this by equally prioritizing to focus on the work-life balance equation. To the Governing Council, my charges to you is that you expand the Council's network across Africa, inculcate technical training in legislative budget oversight, and also ensure sustainability of the Council through robust membership, while also incentivizing publications and empirical research and analysis. Finally, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I invite you, I leave you with the words of Robin Sharma, that an ordinary life is all about daily, continuous improvements in that area. Go on and be extraordinary. Thank you very much. Allow me, colleagues, now to invite my distinguished colleague and friend, the Clerk of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Jeremiah Nyegenye also doubles up as the Secretary of the Parliamentary Service Commission. Karibu.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my brother, Clerk of the National Assembly, Mr. Samuel Njoroge. Thank you for that introduction and your kind words, and for your treatise on parliamentary budget offices and the work that they do. I had brought along a fairly hefty document that was going to be the basis of my discussion, but as you spoke, I was cancelling out what you have spoken to, and now I am left with half a page from what I had before. So the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, our chief guest, represented here by the Chairman of the Budget and Appropriations Committee of the National Assembly, the Honorable Ndidi Nyoro, my colleague clerk of the National Assembly, Mr. Samuel Njoroge, the Chairman, and this is one of the things I will be speaking to. If you want to be taken seriously as an organization, you cannot exercise the austerity you call on governments to and be economical with your terminologies. Who has chairman anymore? These days we are president. And why are you still holding a conference? We in the legal circles, we hold a colloquium. So we are not going to be, you know, sometimes the professions in which we work inspire our whole outlook of life. So while you are austere and economical with your titles and whatever, we are flamboyant. So, Mr. President of the Governing Council, that's one of the changes you will make to your charter, the network of Parliamentary Budget Office, Mr. Domisami Jantis, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Nobody is there? Is anybody there? So I hope I have done some justice to the pronunciation. I don't know what all that was about, Mr. Masinde, struggling with Hauteng. And you come from the Luhya community in Kenya, which is the one community that has no difficulty with ha. So anyway, it's a great pleasure for me and my singular honor to join you today, and I was very happy to hear all the introductions from all the various jurisdictions that you come from, reminding me of how we established, in another life I was working as head of legal in the Parliament of Kenya, and this takes me to the time when we established the colloquium of legal counsel. We are now, I think, in the 12th year. And so beginnings like this, and I mean the kind of evolution that you're going through is very exciting to me, to hear all the introductions, to hear everyone from the various jurisdictions. I also had an interesting introduction by Mr. Major, retired Masinde, who said that because the Sergeant at Arms, we are safe. The person after that was a guy from finance. And I thought that was the one who makes us, safe. So I am very pleased to join you in this unique forum, which provides you and provides all of us with the opportunity to share knowledge, to share experiences on the services which technical experts like yourselves provide across the continent And I think that it is a very good opportunity for us to discuss contemporary issues, best practices on matters budget, matters finance, matters economy across our countries. And I want to join my brother, the Clerk of the Assembly, and Mr. Masinde, Director, Budget Office, whom I also recognize, in welcoming all of you to Kenya and to our Parliament. And we are honored that you agreed and you chose our country to be the host of the 6th annual conference of PBOs. Karibuni, and we hope that you will enjoy your time here. It's a good thing to hold this here, but one of the shortcomings of that, of course, is that you may not be able to visit Parliament. Make it a point whenever you go to brother legislatures, sister legislatures, to visit the Parliament. So it's a bit, I think we have some difficulty with some echo. So I want to recognize the growing need of experts to serve across parliaments as a way of giving alternative views from those that are advanced by the executive. This idea has now taken root and is replicated in various disciplines. We now have parliamentary budget offices such as the ones which you represent, joining a growing number of other professional cadres. We have, in addition to the traditional cadres such as clerks, sergeant-at-arms, we have newer cadres in legislatures such as legal counsel, such as media professionals, such as researchers. Parliamentary budget offices across the continent have been established against a backdrop of weak legislative performance and inadequate effective scrutiny and oversight over the budget process by legislatures. While the executive has had and has always had at its beck and call a team of technocrats to assist in the drafting and interpretation of the budget, it has all been rather complex for legislatures to adequately scrutinize and understand budgets. And from that perspective, then, we had a situation where legislatures played a peripheral role on matters budget, so that the role of legislatures became limited to just going along and passing the budget, making minimal changes, not adequately participating. I don't know about all of you, but I would imagine, at least in the East African region, when the budget has been read by the ministers of budget, who come with a little bag or and they go and read the speeches for about 2 hours. It's usually very long. And then after that, the media is always waiting out there to meet members of parliament and to ask them, so what do you think of the budget? And usually there are some words that you expect. It's balanced. Or some people say it's a common man's budget. When you hear some of this terminology, I think it's just a euphemism for saying, I didn't understand it. So this is what is sought to be avoided by the advent of parliamentary budget offices, having the personnel, having the competence to assist legislatures to properly engage and understand the budget. Africa has adopted the Agenda 2063 as our economic blueprint towards eradicating poverty in the continent, and in the coming decades, through enhanced investment in productive capacities of our people, improving incomes, creating jobs, and providing basic necessities of life. This goal can only be achieved through sound policy interventions translated into budget, which is an integral part of the mandate of parliamentary budget offices. Your role in a legislative setup cannot therefore be gainsaid. Your mission is to help our parliaments to make effective budget and economic policy choices. In carrying out this mandate, you need to offer alternative information or policy options to what the executive provides. Legislatures in different African countries provide they play different roles in the budget formulation process, some being more actively involved than others. Despite these variations, the role of that the legislature plays has changed over time and will continue to change. These changing roles, distinguished delegates, call into question the sources of information that are made available to assist the legislature in the budget process. I have no doubt in my mind that legislatures will continue to require reliable and unbiased information to be able to participate in this policy discourse in a constructive manner and in examining budgets and accompanying documentation. The work of parliamentary budget officers, and by extension any other office within the legislature, requires officers to carry out their duties with professionalism, fairness, independence, non-partisanship in the provision of services to members of parliament. I implore you to exercise impartiality and provide even-handed support to parliaments, particularly parliaments with bicameral setup. My brother, the clerk of the assembly, spoke about money bills and spoke about the challenges that in our jurisdiction we have had. As professionals, you need to recognize that what you do matters. And I have argued that a bad parliamentary budget office is worse than none at all. You better have none than have a bad one. Because if you have a bad one, you could as well be packaging, sealing, and delivering the legislature back to the executive. By how you appreciate, by how you understand, by how you interpret the various provisions of financial legislation, the various provisions of the Constitution, you may very well be strengthening the hand of the executive at the expense of the legislature. To take as an alternative question of money bill, we all understand that the definition of money bill has as its end the determination of the role that the executive will play in the processing of legislation and the role that the legislature will play. Therefore, an interpretation that inclines towards making everything a money bill obviously strengthens the hand of the executive at the expense of the legislature. Of course, this will differ from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but in our jurisdiction, the definition of money bill is a constitutional one. The definition is in the Constitution. So it's not about whim, it's not about preference, it is founded in constitutional text. Networks like this provide avenues for officers also to develop their capacities. I understand that the work of economists, who are the major professionals domiciled in PBOs, involves macro forecasting, tax forecasting. I promised myself I would also use big words. So budget analysis, policy analysis. Where is a place I will use volatility, which involves extensive usage of data. The ANPBO, the African Network PBOs, therefore should come up with other seminars which are more targeted also to training and professional development to enable our officers, our PBOs across the continent to improve on analytical skills and help us as a continent to achieve Agenda 2063 and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. I have looked at the topics that you are set to discuss as well, ranging from Africa's economic transformation through fairer multilateral lending to boosting domestic revenues to support economic transformation, among other topics, which I think are critical for us. I hope that these discussions will help us cross-pollinate and take back home important lessons so that we help our continent on the path of economic prosperity. As we move forward, I will be hoping, and my contribution to you today would be to challenge you also, because this is the 6th conference. It may well be that what I speak about is something you talked about or you thought about in the first conference or the second or the third or previous ones. But if it isn't, or even if it is, it may be useful that this continues to be a discussion you have at each and every of your conferences. Because I speak as a client, as an administrator of Parliament, working as a clerk of the Senate. I also speak as a client, and a lot of your topics are useful and very important, but they are not, you are not looking at this from the point of view of the client. And as a client, I will invite you in this conference and in others to think about basics, the very basics. Maybe you thought about them before. And those basics, that's the danger of inviting a lay person like myself to a discourse of intellectuals. The program is littered with PhDs, doctor this, doctor the other. My contribution is a lay one. So I want to ask a few questions, which may sound elementary, but which I think will be useful to you even as you go on. Never lose sight of this, which is, some of these questions include, what is a parliamentary budget office? Seems like an easy question. When is a parliamentary budget office a parliamentary budget office? In other words, what are the elements that make a parliamentary budget office befitting of a place at this table? Is it everyone who says they are a parliamentary budget office that merits you an invitation to sit at this discourse? Who should be expelled? Are there building blocks of a parliamentary budget office? What is parliamentary about a parliamentary budget office? Is it the funding? Is it the patronage? Is it the point of view that you advance? Because a parliamentary budget office also still operates in a superstructure of a country as a whole. And so while you provide information and data to assist parliaments, it's not also, it doesn't follow also that it is adversarial to other organs of the state. So what's parliamentary about parliamentary budget office? What structures support a proper parliamentary budget office? Because this is the benchmarking and peerage that you should be having to support one another to be able to realize real outfits that make a real change. Because how you are structured, how you are funded, the level of professional autonomy that you have, the interlinkages with the rest of parliamentary administration could affect in large measure what you are able to achieve. Because we must never sit on our laurels. We must never think that we have come to the place we wanted to be merely because we have established an office. It is how that office then operates. It is what we can learn from the challenges that we face on a daily basis. It's what we can learn from how others have established and what challenges they face. A parliamentary budget office should constantly challenge orthodoxies echoing in some sense the words of my brother, the clerk of the National Assembly, because sometimes as Africans, and Africa is our business. Those who are from Kenya understand we are Africans and Africa is our business. Sometimes we can regurgitate concepts and principles, you know, and high-sounding pomposities which we borrow from others. And this is not a preserve of budget office or economists. Virtually all professions sometimes fall into this. What new contribution, what new knowledge do we actually bring to the table? There must be new knowledge, there must be something new that resonates with our context, with our situation, that allows us the right to remain where we are. I like to give the example of the visas you sometimes get to the jurisdictions that you visit. Some visas say that you have a right to enter and remain. So you have entered. When you work in Parliament, when you have come in, you have entered. But the right to remain must be earned. And it is earned by the contribution that you make on a daily basis to in the work that you do. Having always as an end the good governance, the prosperity, the safety, the comfort of the people as the object. What we are doing is not abstract, it's not theoretical, it has an end. That end is just governance. That end is the peace, the prosperity of our people. Do you see yourselves as contributing in that every day? Because that is what we must do at all times. Challenge of simplicity, I don't know. There is a fondness I have for the papers that are done by the Parliamentary Budget Office, our Parliamentary Budget Office. They're very nice to read. So simplicity is good. I want to understand, but I also like, Mr. Masinde, I also like how, I mean, there are terms of art, surely, which I don't know that you can depart from. But you could cut down a little on the jargons and the complexities, but keep some of that flavor. I think I really do enjoy your papers. So as I come to an end, I want to congratulate you, the council, led by your president, for this noble idea of coming together and forming the network. I think that you can benchmark from, and I invite you freely, okay, not freely, we are, I will be happy to consult for you as you benchmark with other organizations that are set up. Now we have an association for researchers. We have one for Sergeant at Arms, been running a long time. We have one for Hansard, been running a long time. We have one for Legal Counsel, which, as I said, I'm honored to have been associated with, now running since 2011. Some thoughts you will have to, I think, consider include the sustainability of the organization in terms of its funding arrangements. And you are budget people, you should know things cost something and things have to be paid for, and you can't load that on South Africa to host on each occasion. There may be subscriptions. You may need to consider a standing secretariat of some kind. Otherwise, continuity becomes a challenge, and you meet at a conference and in between nothing is happening. You may want to consider publications so that throughout the year something is running and people contribute into the body of knowledge. Of course, continuous professional development, I've spoken to that. But overall, I am pleased, I'm very pleased to have joined you. Help others, mentorship, think through mentorship, think through helping others to set up. When I was coming to the event, I asked how many countries are represented. And I think I was told 10 or thereabout, running to 13. And I will be happier to attend the next conference or to hear that we have now in our stable, we now have 40 or 45. We need to help. But part of that will be some of the questions that I have asked you. Because once we know who we are or who we want to be, then it becomes easier to set up. I am looking forward to very exciting deliberations here, and I am wishing all of you a very good time at this event. Thank you very much for your attention. Asanteni sana. May I use the opportunity then, which is my singular honor and privilege, to invite our chief guest, the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, the chairman of our Budget and Appropriations Committee, representing the Speaker of the National Assembly. Shall we be upstanding and applaud the chief guest? He's responsible for the money, you know. Please. Please.
Thank you very much, our Senate Clerk, Bwana Jeremiah Nyegenye. I'll do two things. One, I will want to represent the Speaker in his own words, without a lot of my interjections, so that then I take a few more minutes afterwards to give my thoughts, which will be brief, because I've gone through the program and I see actually the next one in line is actually our domain as parliamentarians, giving our feedback insofar as our interaction with PBOs is concerned. But before I do that, starting with the Speaker's remarks, I want to agree with the National Assembly Clerk, Bwana Joroge, and also our Senate Clerk, Bwana Nyegenye, in terms of simplicity and using words that are not very complex. And maybe I'll start there by giving a small remark by trying to be simple and talk about the current stagflation across the world has been caused by qualitative easing and monetary easing, ceteris paribus. We must try to be as simple as that, Bwana Masinde. I am very happy to be representing our Speaker, who is also my very good friend and our senior, and the Clerk of the National Assembly, Mr. Samuel Joroge, the Clerk of the Senate, who is also the Secretary of the Parliamentary Service Commission, the Chairperson of the Governing Council of the African Networks of Parliamentary Budget Offices, Dr. Dumisani, elected Governing Council officials. Of course, I'm sure our doctor is there, Martin. Distinguished resource persons, staff of the National Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya, and on my own behalf, I welcome you all to the great city of Mombasa for the 6th annual conference for the African Network of Parliamentary Budget Offices. This is the first time for Kenya to host this conference, and we are thrilled to have this opportunity to share our experiences in this journey towards enhancing parliamentary fiscal oversight. May you all enjoy the hospitality of Kenyans, and more so, those of our coastal brothers and sisters. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to see this meeting of great minds that constitute delegates from development partners, delegates from the IMF, the World Bank, scholars, and parliamentary budget officers from Africa, whose ultimate purpose is to leverage the power of the purse in parliament across the African continent as a key factor governing the policy decisions of governments. When Kenya attained independence in 1963, the parliament that came into force was subservient to the executive. Indeed, up until the year 2000, the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya was a department of the office, only the office of the President, competing with other government agencies for resources and receiving instructions from the Presidency. As a result, despite the existence of an estimates committee in Parliament, whose mandate was to examine the budget estimates and make recommendations to the House, the skewed power balance ensured that Parliament remained a rubber stamp, simply providing legitimacy to the decisions of the executive while exerting little or no influence in these decisions. This situation was replicated in many post-independent regimes across Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come a long way since then. For Kenya, the wind of change really gained momentum following the repeal of Section 2A of the previous constitution in 1991, which allowed for the country to become a multi-party state. Members of Parliament who were increasingly dissatisfied with the status quo became more outspoken on budget matters and started pushing for the budget to be discussed in the Estimates Committee before being brought to the House. As you'd expect, this bold demand led to the deletion in November 1997 of the standing order establishing the Estimates Committee in order, of course, to silence the members of Parliament whom the executive felt were asking too many questions. The members of Parliament did not give up. In 2005, Parliament passed a resolution to establish a Fiscal Analysis and Appropriations Committee, whose mandate was similar to that of the abolished Estimates Committee. However, the fact that it was just a sessional committee and was not recognized in the standing orders hindered its progress. In 2006, a motion and subsequently the Fiscal Management Bill brought into existence the Fiscal Analysis and Appropriations Committee with specialized staff under the Office of the Fiscal Analyst, that is the OFA, to provide technical support to this committee. Unfortunately, the Fiscal Management Bill 2006 lapsed with the dissolution of the 9th Parliament after having reached the second reading stage. Ladies and gentlemen, in the words of Victor Hugo, you can resist an invading army, but you cannot resist an idea whose time has come. The idea of establishing a parliamentary budget office in Kenya was unstoppable. In 2008, the Fiscal Management Bill was reintroduced in Parliament and finally enacted into law in 2009. This act established the Budget Committee and the Parliamentary Budget Office. Further, a review of the standing orders in 2008 reorganized the procedure of budget approval in Parliament, allowing the legislature to undertake a more visible role in budget making. The promulgation of our new constitution in 2010 and the passing into law of the Public Finance Management Act in 2012 further entrenched the role of Parliament in the budget-making process, with the legislature's power of the purse gaining more prominence. I am happy to inform you that since its inception, Our BPO, that is the Parliamentary Budget Office, has grown into leaps and bounds and currently occupies a central role or position as an nonpartisan professional office of Parliament of the Republic of Kenya, providing professional services in respect of budget, finance, and economic information to the committees of Parliament. With the support of PBO, Parliament continues to play an increasingly visible role in the budget process due to increased access to credible information provided by the Parliamentary Budget Office. Parliament can now exercise some considerable degree of influence over the outcome of the national budget and can also effectively influence policy outcomes. This is no mean feat for a Parliament which less than 2 decades ago could not query a single budget line without invoking the wrath of the executive. It has been protracted and torturous journey, but the outcome is worth its weight in gold. I have had the privilege of occupying a front row seat of these developments, having served as a member of Parliament. Of course, I'm sure you understand it's the Speaker, in various capacities from 1993 to present today. I can tell you from experience that since the establishment of the Parliamentary Budget Office, the contribution of members of Parliament to public discourse, as well in the plenary sessions of the House on matters of the national budget and economic policy, has become more and more sophisticated to the extent that executive now listens to and incorporates their feedback into the country's policy decisions. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to observe that the existence of the PBO in parliaments across the African continent is becoming the norm rather than the exception. This is a step in the right direction, as it will go a long way into ensuring that parliaments across Africa are key actors in addressing Africa's development challenges. This primary role of the legislature is to represent the people. Entrenching Parliament in the budget process ensures that the voice of the people is carried through in key policy decisions and, of course, decisions and outcomes. The public is also increasingly aware that they cannot continue to be bystanders in decisions that affect their livelihoods. Consequently, they have continued to agitate by themselves and through their members of Parliament for a seat in the table of policy making and resource sharing. In this regard, the Parliamentary Budget Office acts as a compass for the members of Parliament to facilitate them to make informed decisions for the citizens. The theme of this conference, that is the role of PBOs in African Parliament's fiscal oversight, contribution to the African Development Agenda. PBO do not exist as an aid to themselves, but to support Parliament in oversighting the government's stewardship of public funds. This can be a perilous undertaking, particularly in environments where democracy and the rule of law is not fully established. I urge the delegates gathered in this room today to provide objective, non-partisan information in the quest to support the budget process. Continue making bold decisions for the sake of your countries, even when the odds are stacked up against you. There is an English saying that I wish to quote thus: dripping water hollows out stone, not through force, but through persistence. Change does not come easily, but if you persist long and hard enough, focusing on the prevailing challenges and chipping away slowly at them, eventually you will find a way through or around it. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Speaker of the National Assembly, I believe the same applies to your respective speakers. I play the role of an umpire who ensures that in the decision-making process of the House, members drawn from divergent political parties are not only empowered but also heard during the plenary sessions when the budget discussion ensue. There is need for parliaments across the globe to gauge the impact of fiscal measures approved by the respective houses if we are to contribute to African development agenda, as our theme is. I understand that some legislatures are at different stages of establishing such advisory offices with varying degree and scope of fiscal analysis and budget oversight, as well as the human resource complement. I wish those starting the journey the very best, and I welcome them for regular benchmarking and study to the National Assembly, of course, in Kenya. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I want to urge you to continue to develop and harness collegiality among yourselves as professionals. Having this network is very important, and you will arrive at the resounding conclusion that PBOs are universal in nature in spite of geographical and political differences. To the Governing Council of the ANPBO, the chairman, who comes from South Africa, and the Secretary General, who is our very own, Dr. Masinde, be encouraged to recruit more parliaments in this network to spur its growth. The growth of the network will greatly increase the sense of solidarity among member delegates as well as areas of work, and this will allow you to leverage on different experts across Africa and the world. Allow me to also throw a final challenge to you. Consider having your respective speakers to be your patrons on a rotational basis. Let me repeat that. Allow me to also throw a final challenge to you. Consider having your respective speakers to be your patrons on a rotational basis. Let us ask ourselves whether that would be beneficial or whether that will work. It is my sincere hope that at the end of this conference, we will not only have learned from each other's experiences, but also harness a collective resolve and strategy to propel African parliaments to the next frontier of legislative budget oversight. This will truly entrench the voice of the people in the budget-making process. Ladies and gentlemen, with those remarks, it is now my pleasant duty and privilege to declare the 6th Annual Conference of the African Network of Parliamentary Budget Offices officially open. That is from our Speaker, the Right Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, who is also EGH and MP, the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the Parliamentary Service Commission. The reason why I have decided to open the session officially is so that my other few remarks will be within the session. I fear for the speakers who spoke before me, because I don't know which forum you were addressing. Anyway, thank you very much, and I am definitely very pleased. I am very pleased to be here this morning. Again, my name is Dede Nyoro, MP for a place called Kiharu constituency, and I am a second-time Member of Parliament. I am also very happy to be serving our Republic as the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee in the National Assembly in Kenya. In Kenya, that committee is made up of 27 members. It used to be much bigger, around 51, but now we are at 27. And just for the members, other partners of other member states to understand, Kenya has 3 committees that would sit as Budget and Appropriations Committee. In fact, previously, these committees were one. It used to be the Budget Committee, the budget committee that I serve, there is another one called finance committee, and there is another one called the debt and privatization committee. The Budget and Appropriations Committee deals singularly with the expenditure side of our budget. The other two deal with the revenue side. The finance is the one that actually brings the finance bill on the floor of the House. The Finance Committee is responsible for where money comes from. And when there is a deficit, then the Debt and Privatization Committee fills in the gap. And therefore in Kenya, the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the expenditure side, the demand side of money, but the Finance Committee and also the Debt and Privatization Committee is on the supply side of money. And they are very, very busy committees, and I don't actually know how we will be operating if all the three committees were actually rounded up in one. So it eases our work, it makes our work more efficient. Allow me, because I am fish in water when we are talking about economic issues, I feel very much at home, to just share some brief remarks, and especially looking at Africa in general. When I look at Africa or our countries, I look at Africa in three dimensions, and that is what every other modern state looks at themselves. One is, number one, as a state, building modern state, modern institutions, like even this one is part of the institutions of the state in one way or the other. Number two is the rule of law. And of course, number three is accountability through democracy. Every modern state must be premised on those three areas. What PBOs are doing is actually strengthening the accountability part. But as you look at the budget making process now, it is no longer a domain of the executive. Then in one way or the other, the accountability part is also serving the state part. Because once we have the right budget, the budget is serving the entire state. It is not just a tool of accountability, but also it also serves as making a progressive state. And I look at Africa and sometimes I see contrasts. You read the findings, and especially insofar as natural resources are concerned. Africa is a very wealthy continent. But on the other side, our people remain poor because of many issues that we'll be discussing in this forum across this week. And there is something that I really, and I'm not talking now about just budget making, but general economics. There is something that has been preached in our economic classes, because I see many of us here are economists. The issue of comparative and competitive advantage. And then we are told countries must specialize in areas especially where they are comparatively enjoying an advantage. Then what that portends then is that many African countries, by using that orthodox economics, then we are domiciled around our, in quotes, comparative advantage, which is exploitation of raw materials, which is agriculture, and any other thing that is raw in nature and primary in nature. These are my thoughts, that even as we talk about comparative and competitive advantage, we can actually bring home some of the advantages. Because some of the advantages that an economy must keep on harnessing are not those that are natural in nature, but we must adopt technology so that we can continue attracting much more advantages into our countries. Because when we domicile our advantage around raw material, around primary production, then we lose a lot. Because in between raw materials and finished products, there is a lot in between. Number one is the multiplier. Number two is creation of jobs. Number three is demand for technology. The other one is the creation of that technology, enhanced incomes for the people, which then generally becomes enhanced incomes for the state through taxes and through other revenue measures. And therefore, I implore upon all of us as Africa, we must not continue domiciling our economies around raw and around primary. We must move forward, because technology then multiplies. It multiplies everything that I have enumerated there before. Reading through history, every country and every continent have their critical junctures. And I keep thinking probably our critical juncture as Africa is probably what we are trying to do in creating a single market across Africa. Africa Free Trade Area. If you look at across the world, one milestone leads to the other. And I want to quote a few countries that I really enjoy reading about, because I think we share a lot in common, both in history and also in terms of where we are going. And also, I'm combining this with my first point around having a modern state, rule of law, and accountability, because they are all conjoined in one way or the other. South Korea, because I tend to believe as much as we want to grow organically, there must be some radical changes that then gives way into real growth across nations. South Korea was a normal state, a normal country like Kenya, like any other African country, like Uganda and the rest. But in 1961, they got a different kind of leadership through General Park, who was at the helm for around 19 years. He came up with a policy of export-led economy, to grow the economy using exports. And he formed an export committee, which its main mandate and domain was to enhance the export of or out of South Korea. They created chaebols, like the phone I use, Samsung, the other vehicles you use, Hyundai. These were actually a creation of government. Somehow, I remember sometimes in economic classes, we used to say that there are economies that actually thrive on corruption. If you use corruption strictly as use of public funds for private means. Sometimes, by the way, private means can be more efficient. Somehow, I don't want to use the word corruption, but that is the model that South Korea actually adopted. Using public money to actually make private companies thrive. And from 1961, going all the way to 1979, thereabout, the exports of South Korea grew for 363 times. And the presidents of South Korea attended all the monthly meetings of the Committee of the Exports. And I believe that was the critical juncture of South Korea. A combination of leadership, a combination of an open economy, but also real deliberate policies. Coming to China, as you know, way before time of Mao Zedong, there were failed policies. The revolution, proletarian revolution, the cultural revolution. But from 1978, after Mao Zedong departed in 1976, of course, Deng Xiaoping took over in 1978. Simple, but far-reaching policies. Opening up the economy, opening up the basis of the economy, rechanging, recalibrating. By opening up of China, sometimes Mao Zedong would go, and I remember reading somewhere, he went to Singapore for a visit, and he was shocked that normal homes had fridges in their houses. Small things. But my point is this. From 1978, change of policies, change of leadership, an economy where the GDP per capita was actually at par with that of Tanzania. Now we are talking about much many more times. And in terms of real growth, from 20, just look at this kind of statistics. From 2013 to 2015, the economy of China poured the same kind of concrete that the US poured for the entire 100 years before. I'm not using concrete as a measure of economy. I'm just trying to show how some things can change many other variables collectively. Lastly, of course, we have all cited Singapore because it's a very nice economic model to cite. And I don't want to buttress that point because I understand many of us have been referencing on Singapore. Leadership. Why am I talking about all these things? Between our raw materials, between our primary production, and these other head of finished products, exports, more incomes, etc., there lies leadership. And leadership is informed. And the work of PBOs is to inform. The people you are currently informing also inform higher authorities. And therefore, the work you do as PBOs, just know, in one way or actually many other ways, you actually influence the destinations of our African economies. Maside, unasikia hiyo maneno? I'll talk about a few more points. One is corruption. For me, I don't look at corruption as just taking a bribe. In Kenya, we call it hongo, or in Tanzania. That is negligible corruption. It actually does not affect the macros. The corruption that affects macros is patronage and clientelism. And of course, corruption that is based in procurement. And I hope most of the people here can relate to what I'm saying. Because the current evolution of corruption now is not the previous one where you see a police officer. No. It is people in suits. Maybe that's why today I didn't wear a suit and a tie. Because what corruption does, in Africa, for example, many young people, when they even go to Harvard, they go to Yale, they go to the other big universities within Africa, the ambition number one is to become a politician. When you go to other developed countries, the ambition of a young person who is bright and intelligent is Silicon Valley or Wall Street. Because in Africa, when you are a politician, you are able to extract rent. And instead of bothering too much to work too hard, then people feel there are easier ways, of course, to make their lives better and to progress in life. When this is done multi-year, then it changes the entire dynamics of how you look at our economies. Because when all the bright people who would be business people, entrepreneurs, all want to become politicians, then on this other end, who will become the drivers of the real private economy? That is something we need to think about. Clientelism, it happens especially in Kenya across our counties, not more in our country as a nation, because we have put safeguards. When you become a leader, you want all your relatives to be employed around where you have influence. What that does, it balloons the expenditure, which has nothing in return for the economy. Clientelism, you want to give a favor for somebody who gave you a favor on this other end. It is the same kind of patronage. All those compounded, I think, are a monster in terms of the corruption that is really weighting down our economies when they need to take off. I want to finish, but I can't finish without talking about debt. Because every country here, we have a menace of debt. Debt that is almost becoming unsustainable. As PBOs, we need to think deeper. Because I used to think and we used to read that you only invoke deficit in your budgeting when you must. But nowadays, deficit is actually a line of revenue, the revenue side of our budgets. That even when you are talking about recurrent expenditure, on the other side of revenue, we proudly say that one of the line of financing our budget is actually deficit. And then, after that is done for many years, of course that is what becomes our public debt. And our public debt, on the revenue side of our budget, it becomes an animal we call CFS, Consolidated Fund Services. Consolidated Fund Services should not be the gigantic figures that we are reading in our budgets across Africa now. In Kenya, our CFS is larger than the salaries of our public servants. I don't think that is the right direction to continue on. In Uganda, the same. In the other African countries, the same. We must find a way of generating internal revenues. Of course, using the other points that I gave there before, and the other engagements that we'll be having in this session across the many days, or three or so days. We must be able to grow our economy, grow our revenues, but at the same time cut on our appetite to spend too much. And expenditure that I'm talking about is not that which is capital in nature. Because capital expenditure is investment. I'm talking about the same point that I gave, clientelism. Our public service, to a large extent, across Africa, we can perform the same duties with 60% of the employees of government. But why do we have the 100%? Why? Because once you get a position, for example, to serve in public office, you want to have many people around you, people you recognize, and especially using keen selection and the other ways or basic building blocks of sociability, which are not merit-based. So decision making, before you make a decision for the country, you make one for yourself and your village. But then, it is the country that showed us your decision making. You know, many times we keep on saying, every country borrows. Like here, all our finance ministers, when they go on TV, and I'm sure this is not just an issue of East Africa, but across Africa, the justification is very, very academic. Even the US borrows. Their debt to GDP ratio is past 100%. Japan is 250%. So ours at 60, we are still too low. But then, that is comparing a crocodile and an apple. Things that you should never compare. Why? In Africa, for example, you look at the 10-year board of Kenya, we are now cruising above 12%. If you include that it is actually less tax, we are going past 15%, 10-year board. And by the way, currently in Africa, there is a more general appetite for short-term instruments than long-term, because we don't even have confidence in the long-term in our own economies. But that is besides the point. The cost of borrowing in African countries, we cannot continue to compare ourselves with Japan and the rest. Prior to COVID, Japan 10-year board sometimes would go even to negative interest rates. So there is nothing to compare. You look at the currency. Kenya, for example, we have 50% of our national sovereign debt is domestic, 50% is foreign. All this foreign, the lion's share is dollar denominated. when there is a variable, just a small variable of 1%, our debt portfolio compiles or piles without use. In Africa, we borrow to do everything. You can borrow to pay salaries. You can borrow to do the other things. Borrowing must always be specific and must always be for capital expenditure, and that which will generate much more interest within the economy, so that the economy grows and we are able to actually service the loans without overtaxing our people. But let me stop there in terms of debt, because I know we have a session around debt. But even as I close, over borrowing sometimes, take for example Japan or the US, you look at their composition. Just recently there was always a closure in the US, a shutdown, because they wanted to increase their debt from that 1 trillion. But look at the composition of the US debt. They borrow from the retirement benefit fund for the army, for this other group, for this other group. But then our debt, most of it, we borrow externally. So there are some things that are distinct. Our economies and the other ones that we compare ourselves with when we want to generate or to increase our appetite to borrow more. We cannot continue to put ourselves on the same radar as those other countries, and especially the ones that I've cited. Allow me to close with one of the things that are really ravaging our economies. One is the cost of living. This, I'm sure it is cutting across, which in other words, we can use the name inflation or the word inflation to describe. And I am saying this because I think as Africa, we must find alternatives to some of the global parameters that we find ourselves subjugated beneath. I've cited, for example, about borrowing. Some of the very important components of borrowing is the cost. One of the issues that actually enhance or direct the cost of borrowing is how our countries are rated. Simple things. To a normal Kenyan, a normal African, they don't know these things. But on the other side, and let me use Kenya, and I'm sorry, I'm speaking almost in parables because of time. Kenya, we read a budget of 3.744 trillion Kenya shillings. Out of that, you can just pick 3.7. Out of that, 970 billion is going into CFS. CFS is predominantly managed to service our loans. This servicing of loans, we are not talking about redemptions. We are talking about interest rates. Now, our rating agency just writes a one paragraph and says to media. That one paragraph, they said to media, affects the money our budget committee allocates to development or capital expenditure in Kenya. Why? I've talked about 970 billion CFS. If interest rate was just half of what it is globally, or how much Kenya is charged by our creditors, then our capital expenditure, which is around 800 billion, would be more than $1 trillion. I want you to see the whole round. A normal Kenyan in a village awaiting a road. We have allocated 800 billion into development. But on this other side, we have allocated 970 billion into consolidated fund services, which majority of it goes into paying of interest rates. Then Moody's or Standard and Poor's, they issue a pressure. Oh, Kenya is in this kind of situation. Then our interest rate goes higher. What that means, you know how we budget across Africa, and I'm sure the same we do in Kenya, we do across other African countries. You budget the CFS first. It is a first charge. So what you do by just Moody's giving a pressure, they increase our CFS and they take up from our capital expenditure. I keep on saying the African Union must find other instruments of rating our debt and giving our financial ratings other than over reliance on agencies that has got nothing to do with how we live here in Africa. So I was talking about inflation. Look at this other one here, lastly. This is my last point. How we become victims of how other economies behave. The US, during COVID, they give interest rates. They give checks, sorry. They give checks. COVID checks is a good thing for their citizens. These COVID checks raise the appetite for consumption. Appetite for consumption brings domestic inflation within the US. When the US, the Fed wants to cure that domestic inflation, they raise the Fed rate. They have raised the Fed rate for 11 consecutive times. When they raise the Fed rate in the US to cure their domestic problem, our own Nairobi Securities Exchange, our own currency, our own food in the plate of a person in the village in Muranga gets affected. Why? When they raise interest rates, now past 5%, the people who have invested across Africa and other emerging economies, they see a safe haven for investment because they see a place where they can invest, and especially on fixed income in the US. So they sell their stocks in the NSC, they steer their investments, they divest from emerging and especially African economies, they take dollars back home. Capital flight. That capital flight now becomes very pivotal on how our currencies behave. When our shilling now depreciates, it becomes not a double-edged, but even triple-edged sword. Because once they increase, most of our African countries, we import including food. Edible oil in Kenya is the number 2 import across all the tickets in Kenya and across many African countries. So what am I trying to say? Just that one move of the US, they affect our capital configuration here. They affect our currency. They affect our food import. Consequently, they affect even the plate of a person who does not know all these jargons. We must find a way. And I'm very happy about the seminar in the South Africa, BRICS, because we must find alternatives. We cannot continue to be a victim of a few global economies. With those many remarks, I thank you all.
Thank you, Chief Guest. Thank you so much. I agree with the Clerk of Senate, perhaps. Say this is Africa. And I think Africa is our business. Millicent, come forward. We just give a vote of thanks before we break for a photo session. We are racing against time. So, Chief Guest, we have a school of clapping. And the principal of the School of Clapping is Millicent. We are in the process of recruitment of the African Network for the School of Clapping. Karibu.
Thank you very much. This School of Clapping needs funding, Daktari. So we look for a budget line, and Mheshimiwa Nyoro is there. So when we approach the budget committee, I'm sure he'll be able to sort us. Anyway, my assignment is to thank all of our speakers today. The Clerk of the National Assembly, thank you for gracing our occasion. The Clerk of the Senate, thank you very much for gracing our occasion. The President, we were told to refer to you as the President. So the President of the African Network of Parliamentary Budget Offices, and our main speaker, Mheshimiwa Ndindi Nyoro. Thank you very much for the remarks you have made, and for both on behalf of the speaker and on your own behalf. And I think people didn't quite understand what you were saying when you said you're a fish out of water when it comes to economics. And then when you started speaking, we saw you get in your element, and we saw you relax, and we saw you give us an economics lecture. Actually, everyone was just nodding and taking notes, and you kept saying, lastly, but then you would remember another point and, you know, hit that point correctly. So thank you very much for that. And it's always great to listen to the, you know, to listen from the outside, how people view us from the outside looking in. Because when we work as staff of PBO, it can be a lonely place. You know, you're being held to account sometimes for some decisions. You give advice. Sometimes your hands are tied. You're not sure if you're performing your role well. But when you listen to the people you serve, and you listen from the outsiders who are looking in, even as we watched our documentary, you'll realize that actually we are doing something. So even though we have not reached where we want to go, we are on our way there. We are not where we started. So thank you very much. So without speaking too much, because I think our speakers have addressed most matters, I would like us to give a proper clap to our speakers, and especially our main speaker, Mheshimiwa Nyoro. So kindly let's be upstanding so that we can honor. And as you've been told, the school of clapping. So we don't just clap anyhowly in Kenya for our visitors. We have modified claps for different occasions. So for this particular occasion, we want to do a presidential clap. It's called Makofi ya Kilo. The Kenyans understand it. It's very simple. You just clap 3 times, and then I'll interject and say something. But usually that interjection is made in Kiswahili. So for those who don't understand Kiswahili, you will excuse us. We will translate later. So let's start. 1. Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Nyoro, kwa kutuhutubia siku ya leo. Mola akuzidishie maarifa ya kuongoza. Funga. Fungua. Thank you.
Yeah, we can go for a group. Masharia, where are you? Guide us for the group photo out here. Then we should be back by 12:30. Thank you.
ilikuwa inatoka na hii mic. Brenda kupatia mic stand nyingine mzuri. Mic test 1 2. Eh. Mic test 1 2. 1 2 3. Mic test 1 2. 1 2 3. Mic test 1 2. 1 2 3. Mic test. Hapo iko sawa? Iko. Ama ni kamera ile. 1 2 3. Mic test 1 2. 1.
Transfers to Africa and most of your capitals
Thank you very much, Madam Phyllis Makao, GW. A clap for her again. Thank you very much. I therefore wish to request that the discussants from the points elicited by Madam Makao, sorry for that, we want to request the discussants, Honorable Didi Nyoro, CBS, Chair of the Budget and Appropriation Committee. I'm alerted that Senator Ali Roba, EGH, will not be able to join us because of some technicalities. And therefore, I'll request also Suleiman Chigundu from the Parliamentary Budget Office of Uganda kindly come in front. And then finally, of course, Dr. Neila Olandi, I hope I've pronounced your name very well. Welcome. So the three of them. And we'll run these sessions by looking at the thematic areas that Mrs. Makao has brought from her presentation. Just to alert the audience, the thematic areas are as follows. She's talked about a population opportunity. Yeah? She says we have 1 billion people. These 1 billion people are youthful. That means that you have a resource base that is very ready. And most of them are finding their place into the policy table through elected. Just your thoughts around. Then the question of resource-rich Africa. Do we have a resource curse? And how does that affect our operations as PBO? Then we are asking ourselves, what are the critical success factors? And she has brought across 5 critical success factors for an effective PBO: visibility, legal framework, access to information, tools of operations and guidelines, and independence and non-partisanship. Then, Honorable Nyoro, quite an interesting one. The power of the purse in a majoritarian legislature. We would want to hear your thoughts around it. Yeah, how do you see yourself as the chair of the budget navigating through the power of the purse in a majoritarian legislature? Then there was the question of public policy and the question of what value additions do you have. So to be able to guide our process, I will request that then Honorable Dindi Nyoro starts us off with the political angle of the discussions that she brought, and especially talking about the marketplace Africa, vis-a-vis the population opportunities, and closing with a majoritarian legislature, and how do you feel it's affecting the Parliamentary Budget Office and the power of the purse? Just your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief so that we get other voices to interact. And allow me to start with the last one. Our parliament specifically, we are the majority side, and we are actually very majority in the real sense of it. I believe when there is a dispensation, a political dispensation, we go into an election. Most of the countries represented here are democracies. So when we go into an election, we sell an agenda. And when we are selling that agenda, we sell it knowing very well that there will be other actors, the executive and also parliament. And the more the reason people campaign so that they also get that majority in parliament. So I would not think it is entirely wrong to have the majority side actually being majority, because we are there to implement the agenda that we sold. We are on the president's side, so to say, the executive side. Our work is to deliver on the specific agendas, and they need to be facilitated through registration. And that is exactly what we do. And I'm sure it cuts across. Why? The contrary would actually be very bad.
when you have an executive wanting to implement the agenda, but then they are blocked because they don't have numbers in parliament. I think our situation is better than the alternative. In regards to the resource challenges, yes, I agree, many African countries, we are very gifted with natural resources. And I think the principal issue of having challenges with our resources is premised on what actually constitutes a modern state. The point that I gave the point of number one, having a strong state, a strong functioning state. I hope I'm visible. I am audible.
Can you hear him from the back? Yeah, fine.
Thank you very much. So once you have a strong modern state, it means the state is functioning. Number two, I mentioned about the rule of law. And number three, I talked about democracy, which is accountability. Now, order matters. When a state is becoming modern, the order in which it becomes mature in those three respects matters. When you have a country becoming a democracy before it has functional state apparatus, then that is a panacea for chaos across. If you look at all the African countries we may cite, they have a challenge in terms of having a strong state. Because for a country to function properly, initially, you need a state for democracy to check. But many times you have the democracy checking a state that does not exist. And that is a big challenge in African countries. And the premise is actually more understandable to all of us. The countries we call our countries have nothing in common. They are not homogeneous. You know, that's a challenge. We have countries that are not nations. For example, once you go to a country with very dominant tribes, then you hear this nation, which is a tribe within a country. This nation, let me use Kenya. You may go to a region of Kenya, then you are told this is a Western nation. I don't want to use the tribe, but Kenyans can already fill the gaps. Why? We became countries by default. Take, for example, Nigeria. Northern Nigeria merged with the southern Nigeria in terms of specifically cost of the protectorate. Because the person governing then wanted an efficient place to govern. The north was making losses governing, and therefore was merged by the south, so that there is optimality in terms of having resources to govern. So what am I trying to say? We need strong functioning institution, because it is them then that prohibit the kind of resource challenges we see. When we have democracy before the state, then everyone carves an area for themselves, because there is no coherent there is no coherent state and state functions. Lastly, the issue of population. I agree totally with Mrs. Macau. African population is youthful. Even in this hall, if you do a census, you'll actually see the whole Africa is here in terms of representation demographically, in terms of age. Youth or youthful people constitute the highest bulk of the African population. This can be a challenge. It can also be an opportunity. In many respects, it currently is a challenge, because we go to school, but we never think about after school. We are pumping money into education, but we are not making the right policies post-education. When people leave schools, very few governments have deliberate policies of how to harness the investment they put into education. So it becomes a place for people to pass time and grow and become big, and so that they can, for no apparent reason. So we need to have a clear line that you go to this school, then you transition to this technical school, then you transition to serving the nation this way, so that then the money we put in the education of the young people becomes an investment that is harnessed across board. Lastly, we need to distinguish
between jobs and productivity. Many times we are trapped into, we are looking for jobs for our people. We are looking for jobs for our people. Because every country there is always a fight between capital and labor, between wages and profits. It is better for a country that is growing to invest more in areas that are labor intensive. Because once we invest more in areas that are capital intensive ventures actually in a country without full employment breeds inequality. Because the profits become, in the equilibrium, the profit actually outweighs the wages. We need to find a balance. Labor intensive areas, because it's after labor intensive areas that then we go to the question of productivity. Yes, everyone is employed, then what next? Very lastly, I want to give an example around productivity and labor using real examples. Prior to COVID, Vietnam had the lowest unemployment rate in the world. Vietnam. But then, if you look at income per capita, it was not among the top 50. Why? Yes, people are getting employed, but at what expense? Then, let me ask this question as I give the mic. Would you prefer this setup? A family of 10. Listen to me properly. A family of 10. All of them are employed. Full employment within the household. Each earning $100 per month. I hope you are together. Each earning $100 per month. So the aggregate for the household is actually $1,000. Would you prefer that? Or this household of 10 have got only 2 working. Those 2 working, one is earning $2,000 and the other one $1,500. Thank you very much.
A good point for productivity. Thank you very much. Then we will want to, before we come back to the panelists on the floor, to give Nicole Shri from OECD, and she's joining us online, her thoughts around the question of debt and how parliamentary budget offices could be used to navigate through the issue of debt. If she's the technical team, I was alerted she's online.
Hello.
Thank you, we can hear you.
Oh, I just need to adjust my lighting.
We can hear you, can carry on.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, it's fantastic to be here, and I'm aware that you're behind schedule, so I'll just make a few remarks. I think it's fantastic to see that there's such growth in the parliamentary budget offices in Africa, and I think we've seen the same in OECD countries in recent years. Obviously, I'm really glad to hear about the developments in Kenya in particular, and how the Parliamentary Budget Office is going from strength to strength and really helping improve fiscal transparency. I think the issue of debt is obviously a significant one in Africa, and in the OECD we also have an historic record high levels of debt, and so it's something that PBOs and other fiscal councils are thinking about carefully. And I think the main message that we have at the moment is these institutions have to think about how they move from being fiscal watchdogs to fiscal advocates. And what do I mean by that? I mean, it's important to have a focus on how governments are complying with fiscal rules, and it's important to look at the detail of the budget on an annual basis. But what's even more important is to communicate and the implications of the fiscal decisions that governments are making, because there's long-term challenges that we face. There's challenges relating to climate, for example, that are going to have significant implications, cross-cutting implications on government revenues and spending in the long term. And these sort of long-term challenges that we face really mean that governments need to make decisions now that are going to have potentially a cost now that are going to be beneficial in the longer term. And to make those choices, they need to have fiscal advocates that explain to parliamentarians and to the public why these difficult choices need to be made and why these difficult choices in their interests in the medium and the longer term. So I think this role of parliamentary budget offices, not just in annual budget scrutiny, not just in looking at how budgets with fiscal rules, but in looking at how budgets impact long-term fiscal sustainability is crucial, and communicating that is crucial so that governments have the advocates that they need in order to make better budget choices for the longer term. And it's making these longer term choices that helps foster greater trust in institutions of government and helps foster strength of institutions. And that is very important going forward for OECD and African countries. So those would be my main reflections. I hope they're useful for you.
Yes, thank you very much. And I think I like the point of moving the focus from a fiscal watchdog to a fiscal advocate. I think that's very important. We will then come to Mr. Chigundu from the Parliament of Uganda. We talked about, Mrs. Macau in her presentation talked about the challenges of bicameralism, the challenges of the role of parliamentary budget offices or the role of parliament in budget making processes in the bicameral, in the Westminster system of democracy. So I would like to to hear from you and the audience, to hear from you how the Parliament of Uganda has managed to navigate that process, that space where we have a stronger executive in a Westminster system and the role of parliamentary budget office.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Chair of the Budget Committee, the Clerk Parliament, and all other colleagues. I'm happy to associate myself with what my senior, Madam Macau, has presented, especially with regard to the development challenges in Africa. Actually, if you reflect on the slides I had presented, almost the first 5 resonate to what she has said about the 1 billion people, the 1 billion market, the natural resources, how to harness them, look at countries that have a lot of resources, and then the resource scarce. And of course, the youth population, how do we gain from the population dividend, and all the rest. I may not repeat all of that. I share my views in regards to the most of those challenges. I can only add two about maybe the challenges and the bottlenecks. That is the infrastructure gap, infrastructure deficit, especially low internet penetration, given our youthful population. Now, going to the question, what's the role of Parliament in Westminster kind of parliamentary democracy? I would say that Uganda has had an opportunity, first of all, to be the first country in Africa to have a legislation on the budget process. It was not an easy process because given the historical challenges we had politically, we had an opportunity of the new constitution, 1995, which among others restored the sanctity of parliament in terms of those 3 cardinal functions, representation, oversight, and the approval of the budget processes. But within the constitution, there was a provision which loosely translated that whereas parliament can do all of those, parliament may make a law to operationalize all those aspects of budget approval. So private members of parliament, by then, the 6th parliament, around 1996, saw a gap So they looked at how can Parliament play a meaningful role. Because the Westminster model of parliamentary democracy, as you all know, in terms of the power of the exchequer, Parliament interacted with the budget at the tail end of the process. And I'm sure people who are older than me now could recall the times, still sometimes it's a practice where the ministers of finance, so they move around with the budget, treasury budget, and almost everybody becomes excited that that is a briefcase full of either kwacha or rands or shillings in the context of East Africa. So Parliament interacted with the budget at the tail end. So members realized there was a gap, so they initiated the Budgetary Act as a private members bill. There was a lot of resistance within the executive because issues of budget, issues of treasury, as you all know in the Westminster model, they are sacred. It is a reserve of the treasury. Nobody wants to have even an insight into those numbers. So Uganda made the penetration, and after haggling between the executive and the parliament, eventually executive yielded because by then Parliament had a lot of young, energetic people who hustled the government, and they accepted to have a budget act. So we had the budget act in 2001. Among the so many provisions that are very important was the creation of the Parliamentary Budget Office as an independent non-partisan office to guide the Parliament on the matters of the budget and the economy. So it gave the Budget Act gave the functions. Then the other fundamental aspect within that provision, they said the Budget Office should be staffed with the budget and economic experts. Then another provision that is more fundamental was the creation of the Budget Committee. I know the Honorable here talked about what could happen when there was no unified committee. So those are the three fundamental aspects. Then the other fourth aspect was giving a timetable of budget processes where Parliament should have an early entry into the process, what then was known as macroeconomic framework and revenue framework, or now what in Kenya, all other countries here, they call the budget policy statement or the medium-term expenditure framework, which is introduced to Parliament early enough so that Parliament can have an input before then the government goes to finalize the budget numbers. So those are the fundamental aspects. The Budget Act was operationalized, and for now, we are almost 20 years old in terms of that legislation. Although later in the process, other reforms came in, we discovered the oil and the petroleum. So the Budget Act was again subsumed within the Public Finance Management Act, but members of Parliament refused to amend the Budget Act. They said it should remain, even though some of the provisions had been taken over by the Public Finance Management Act. Now, going to the real question now, the gist of the matter, how have we navigated? What have we done in order to navigate the Westminster model? One of the first things that the Budget Office did was to get the staff that was credible enough, because for a Budget Office to function, I recall when the clerk was present here, the clerk of the National Assembly, he said that sometimes the treasury borrows from the. So that's the first thing. To be a recognized Budget Office, the quality of staff must be beyond reasonable doubt, able to counter, because executive is very big. Executive has the central bank, has the finance ministry, has economic think tanks, which put together all their brains to produce a budget document. So if you don't have quality staff that can wrestle with the rest, then that's a challenge. And in Uganda, I've tried to do that. Then the other thing, that maintaining the quality staff needs a lot of also financing capacity. So some countries have reformed and harmonized the pay across the public service. In Uganda, by then, the traditional public service, we are getting very low pay, and yet the staff needed were quite trained. So the first group of staff went because one of the challenges we faced and other countries may face is that in the Westminster model, a budget office is new. What is traditionally known in the Westminster model are other traditional departments. Clerk department, maybe research, Hansard, maybe library. So even within the parliament, we faced a challenge of getting social acceptance. Why do you call yourselves experts? Do you think clerks are not experts? You know, Hansard are they not experts? So we had also to fight that kind of social exclusion because that was alien. Because they said, are you super department? Because the people are demanding that for us, we are by the law a budget act and we are experts. So that is one of the challenges. How do we navigate along the way? Parliament eventually accepted to host the budget office, although giving some level of independence in terms of analysis. Now the senior guys, also the senior staff, who were mainly picked from the Ministry of Finance and other government agencies by then. Some left, some went to World Bank. Then the department recruited the new staff, and then they gradually developed their capacities. We established some good working relationship with the international institutions, the IMF, so there was capacity building. Then finally, what made us survive the storm was the kind of work we did. First of all, we did simple things, looking at the consistency of the budget numbers. The budget settlements were merely a cut and paste affair, where you find in a financial year, for example, this is 23-24, a minister could present a policy statement where on the first page there's 24-23, then the third page 18-19, another 2021. So we did just simple checking on the consistency, but we have gone beyond that. Now what is making us more pronounced is that at all stages of the budget process, we play a cardinal role. For example, on the resource side, we look at allocative efficiency. We do compliance checks. Is the budget aligned to the plan? In Africa, we all know we have very good plans that usually they say remain on the paper. So for us, what we do, we have a checklist. Is the budget according to the development plan? Every country, Kenya has Vision 2030, has a 5-year development plan, but the plan doesn't talk to the budget. So for us, we do that audit. Then another aspect that is more pronounced, the last one, Africa has suffered a lot of social injustice because of historical challenges, almost every country. So in our budget and our PFM, we introduced a gender and equity compliance check, that every budget, a budget statement must be followed by a certificate to testify that there has been interventions to address gender and equity gaps. That was one way of reducing poverty and inequity. That has been one of the major reforms. Then finally, unlike other PBOs, which maybe they can pick from us, we do some field studies. We go to the field to find out budget implementation, to check about the physical performance of government projects, and we give members credible information. So ours is evidence-based decision-making in terms of budget execution. If they say there are 40-80 wells dug, we go to the field, we find 10. You say, where is the balance? And in almost all the fields, that has what made us really penetrate the Westminster model, which mainly looks at financial performance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure thank you very much for the clap. I'm sure the presentation is very good, but we are pressed of time. We have only 13 minutes to lunch. So I'll request that our panelists had prepared a small presentation. That is Dr. Neila Oladi. So just request her to run through maybe in maximum 4 minutes, then we can wind up. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I know it's almost lunchtime, so I've prepared a few presentations and I've asked them to stream it for me. If they can just start with slide number 3, but I will try and run through them. You can start with slide 3, thank you. Through our slides, just as an introduction, you know, our South African Parliamentary Budget Office has also been established in terms of legislation. Our office consists of 3 units, the economic, finance and policy analysis unit, and these slides I've really prepared from a policy analysis perspective. The office only supports the Finance and Appropriations Committee, and basically we can reject the budget, we can recommend amendments, or we can approve the budget, but basically that is only after the budget has been tabled by the Minister of Finance. So the focus of this presentation, and initially the topic was about the power of the purse. But what is the power of the purse? The purse can only be powerful if we use it effectively and efficiently, and if we really allocate the money where it's really needed. So next slide, please. In terms of, just to give you some background, our government has introduced a National Development Plan. It has been developed of a really comprehensive analysis of the country, the needs in the country. So we know actually where we are, we know actually where we want to go in terms of this plan that we've compiled. Our National Development Plan is implemented in terms of 5-year short-term, medium-term strategic framework plans. Next slide, please. And all our sector plans, our provincial growth and development strategies, municipal plans, everything needs to be aligned to our National Development Plan. Our current medium-term strategic framework for 2019 to 24 enables the sequencing and resourcing of priorities, considering the respective powers of each of the 3 spheres of government. And among the most important measures and targets set out in the NDP are those relating to growth, unemployment and poverty. We also have those problems, and we've heard about these problems throughout the morning. Next slide. So yes, we have a growth problem. We're not making our targets. We do have unemployment, and that's a real problem for us. COVID also made us change some of our targets that we've had, what we have estimated will be in 2030. And the NDP target of 0 poverty by 2030 aims to drastically reduce the proportion of people living below the lower bound poverty line. But in addition to this, we also have other problems. We also have problems in education and in health. We have huge problems in terms of security. So how do we address it? Does our budget really address those issues? Next slide. This is just to show you the budget process, and I can just, in terms of, I don't know where my pointer is now, but we actually just get involved in the implementation period of the budget process. This is after the budget has been tabled, and now the PBO needs to assist members of parliament basically to look at all these complex documents. They're huge like this, and we need to assist them to analyze and to guide them. Next slide. This is just to show you the tools that we have, the documents that is available to us to assess. We have our National Development Plan. I told you the medium-term strategic frameworks, the 5-year implementation plans. And just on the right-hand side, you can see we can analyze the national budget, the in-year monitoring documents, including the conditional grants, which is actually a huge component of the budget of our provinces, and then the end-year reports. And in terms of the performance information on the other side, we do have the strategic plans, the annual performance plans. Departments and provinces report quarterly, and we can also assess this. But on this side of that little diagram is the NDP. And the NDP currently is not included in the other plans. We've done that assessment. That was the initial idea. all the outcomes, priorities in the NDP and the outputs should be reflected in our MTSF. And how do we know that? Because the Budget Office did that assessment. Our first assessment of the medium-term strategic framework actually indicated that only 36% of the indicators in our medium-term strategic framework, which should implement the NDP, were in the APPs of our departments, which was actually shocking, and the presidency made a lot of changes, amendments in terms of their guidelines to try and address that. Next slide. This is just an example of what we do in terms of actually trying to assist our members to see whether we implement our national plans. So you will see the national priorities on the first, was on the first 5-year period, and then our president came and he announced all his priorities. That was in 2022, and then we assessed and we indicated and we showed our members these are the things that were prioritized by the State of the Nation address, but they didn't really deliver on these achievements that they actually said they're going to achieve in that period. So in the next column, the 2023 State of the Nation announcements, we actually then also try to link that with the budget and make sure that the budget actually made provision for those priorities that the presidency announced in his State of the Nation address. So we provide this kind of documents or tables for our members to make sure that we identify the gaps for them, whether it's funded or whether they've achieved the targets that they've set. We can skip that slide. And this is just something else that we do as a budget office. We indicate our budget is basically split into different priority areas in function groups, basically to link those function groups to the outcomes of our national development plan. So we did do proportions, and you can see in terms of general public service, we started off with 17.2% of the total budget is allocated to that function group. At the end of the medium-term strategic, the medium-term expenditure framework, it will increase to 21.3%, and that is, you can see, due to debt service cost. The second section there. So we started off with 11.1% of our total budget that we spent on debt service cost, but at the end of this medium-term expenditure framework, we estimate that it's going to be 16.4%. We can just look at the last, okay, this is the same, but anyway, the last section there is in terms of social protection. We do this, so you can see that grey column in the last one, that was during COVID. We increased our social protection during COVID, and you can see we spent in that period 18.9% of our total budget we've spent on social protection. Next slide. This is just to show you our government took a decision to reduce compensation of employees. So you can see the compensation of employees over the medium term, we're trying to spend less of our budget on compensation, but we don't know if that will realize. It's just estimates, but we're still checking budgets, specifically for credibility. Next slide. I'm going to finish just now. We can skip this one and the next one. This is another example of, we've just spoken about COE, the compensation of employees. So for this year, we actually did this assessment or analysis. It's just a calculation, just to check the estimates for 2023 versus what they actually spend in the previous financial year. And you can see all those red numbers. Departments estimated that they're going to spend less on COE. But will it really realize? Is it credible? Is this a credible budget? And this is basically a huge point of discussion in terms of the credibility of these COE budgets, and a discussion point for our members as well. I'm almost done. Then I thought I'll give you a few factors that has been identified by our government and departments in terms of things that does not basically influence the purse. There are definitely different things that we identified. Frustration with service delivery is often cited as a crucial reason for the high numbers of service delivery protests in South Africa. Millions of households that are eligible for free services do not get them due to systems that are not provided for them to register. Despite significant capacity building efforts, local government financial management reforms that have been implemented and increased in intergovernmental transfers over the past 5 years, the financial situation of most municipalities are actually deteriorating still. Poor performance in local government, for example, has been identified as capacity constraints, poor planning, inadequate monitoring and evaluation, convoluted political processes, and also corruption. Next slide, please. Budget officers in the 21st century. How do we analyze, assess, apply, and assist? So that is my question to you, and I don't know whether my presentation actually assisted you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm sorry about the time, it was so short, but welcome. But we had. So I want to request that we have just 2 questions from the plenary, maybe by panelists or the main presenter, just 2 please. We would have allowed for more, but because of time, we just want two questions. So you can raise up your hand, then I can request any plenary. If there's no contribution from the plenary, we can be happy to wind up at this point. Thank you. Yes. Parliamentary Budget Office from Sierra Leone. A question, then one more. I think then we'll go with Sierra Leone, then we wind up.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. So, in my view, I think both the presenter and the panelists have done a very good job considering the topic we're actually discussing. And I am personally quite excited with the submission of Honorable Ndindi. I think he's not just a politician, but a very experienced one in PFM and macroeconomic issues. So if we can actually have politicians in Africa that can speak to issues of that nature, too many of them, I think that will help. When he was doing his presentation, he did mention the issue of when we go to school, we do not think about the effect of what happens after education. And I think it's a very big problem in Africa. We get a lot of educated people with no job. On a daily basis, we see Africans dying in the Mediterranean Sea because they're walking to Europe for greener pastures. He also did mention that Kenya, for example, before this time, your parliament had a very minimal role in reviewing the budget, in the sense that you could only amend by plus or minus very few percent. But you've grown from that level. Now you can actually work on the budget and do some very significant changes. So I assumed now with this level and having the view that job creation is very critical for economic expansion and all that, what specific tangibles have you thought of in your role now as Finance Committee Chair, I guess, if I got it right, that you guys have been able to influence in your case here, probably that we can learn from. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sierra Leone, for that. I think in summary, I just want to make a few comments on what have come out. The first one, we've noted the issue of quality of presentation. I think it has come out very well from Uganda. The quality of presentation, the quality of staff has run across. Dr. Masinde and team, something to learn from the Parliament of South Africa, the M&D tracker, which is medium term. I think relating policy to the whole process of budgeting has become, and I think I am happy with that tool of tracking, because it's very good. You can see the whole 5-year framework being tracked. I was shocked to see staff compensation move from 33.2 to 28 and there below. I think that's a very good thing. From Honorable Didi Nyoro's presentation, the question of value proposition from the Parliamentary Budget Office, having the long-term view, the question of when we pump into this sector, what is the eventual return? I think that's something that we need to focus on well. And then from the OECD, we had the question of moving from watchdog to fiscal advocates. Because of time, allow me to finish here, because I would have given every other panelist a response, but given that we have been requested that we really need to close, I want to thank very much the entire presentation team, starting from Mrs. Phyllis Makao, GW, the main presenter, Honorable Didi Nyoro, Chair of CBS, Chair of the Parliamentary Budget, the Budget and Appropriation Committee of the National Assembly, Suleiman Chigundu, Director PBO. Okay, you had a question? Oh, yes. Oh, sorry. I'm reminded that there was a question from Sierra Leone to Honorable Didi Nyoro. Yes, you can just respond.
Thank you very much, and I'll do it very briefly. Thank you very much, my brother from Sierra Leone, for that compliment. And I want to assure you, much of what we have said even here has had a lot of influence from our own Parliamentary Budget Office. It is a resource that we greatly benefit from in terms of knowledge and in-depth analysis of issues. In terms of tangibles, that was the specific question. What are the tangibles that we can actually talk about as the Budget Committee, Budget and Appropriations Committee? I can bring it to the light of everyone here. The budget making process in Kenya actually is not a treasury affair. We, together with Dr. Maside and the team here, Akina Dr. Abel, we were meeting with the executive for 2 weeks, for 16 hours every day, including Sunday and Saturday, trying to come up now with a budget with our own basis. Because many times, as you all know, we do incremental budgets, because sometimes laziness is more preferred. And when laziness is preferred, we just look at the last year's budget, we look at the revenues, 10%, increase everyone by 10%, that is the budget. We went zero-based ourselves, from zero. And we called all the MDAs, ministries, department, agencies in Kenya. We were actually meeting at State House with the Treasury team. We went through each of them, justify your first shilling up to the last one. So all those are tangibles. Lastly, the issue of after school, then what? In Kenya, we are very deliberate, by the way. We know the exact jobs we are creating in which sector. That is how deliberate we are. And very lastly, an issue that we never actually got a point to talk about in 1 minute. When we talk about budgeting, there is something I really almost always like talking about. Many times we confuse between budget and economy. And we actually get swamped in that discussion. The whole, using Kenya as the benchmark, our economy is 16 trillion USD, which is roughly 20, I don't know the math, you can do the math, Masinde, but our budget is around 16 trillion Kenya shillings, and our budget is 3.7. So our budget is actually only 23% of the economy. So the policies must be very tight, because many times we think it's the budget that drives the economy. No, it is the policies. Why? All of us here being economics without being complex, economy, and I'll use the simplest way. Economy we measure with what? We add private consumption. Then we add private investment. Very, very important. Then we add G. G is what is budget. It's only 23%. Then we add X, which is exports, minus M, which is imports. So if you got it wrong in terms of you are not generating exports, then your economy goes down.
If you don't get it right in terms of the policies or spurring private investment and private consumption, then whatever budget you make, you're only solving 23% of the problem. Thank you very much.
Before you finish, just a question. You asked us a question, we want to challenge. You said 10 people earning or 2 people. What is your thought?
My thought, and I am glad you got the question. We are all here with families and households. Take 10 households here, 10. And I'm trying to diffuse the issue of confusion between full employment and productivity. 10 people in a household. They all have a job. So you can call it full employment. Each earning $100 every month. So how much is that for household per month? 1,000. That is one scenario, which is Vietnam that I gave. Everyone is employed and we are happy. This other one, the same household of 10, the father has a job and the firstborn sister has a job. So only 2 people have a job. The rest are not working. The father is earning $2,000 alone. The firstborn daughter, who is the first sister, is earning $1,500. So that household has only 2 people employed, but the household income is $3,500. So the per capita income of that household is $350. These are the ones, they are all working, but the per capita income is $100. So I asked the question, and in Africa, you don't answer a question with a question. So it's you to give me answers.
Thank you very much. I think we can close it at that. And I want to request, I don't know whether you have a clapping team to clap for the panelists. If there's none, I can lead the clapping team. No. That's not a good clap for such a good job done. So we'll go the way of 1, 2, 3, pap, 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 2, 2, 2, right? Okay, so let's go. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, panelists. I think I'll give to Masinde. Sorry for that.
We are racing against time. We go for lunch. We come back at 3 if time permits. And Major Masinde, you are our timekeeper. Yes. Anybody without milk card, please raise your hand. You must provide evidence before you eat. Thank you. Yeah.
We just go to the dining area.
Yes, the dining area.
Honorable delegates, so we just go to the dining area in the hotel. We'll just find the lunch being served there. And anyone without a meal card, still we are waiting for you because you won't access the dining area without the meal card, except for our honorable members on the high table. Thank you.
know that when I was in the university, we used to be told that one of the risks are pandemic. I never used to imagine how pandemic can be a risk until COVID-19 came. We have the issues of climate change. We have many issues of economic stability. We have issues of war. So I want to see how Dr. Siraj Mohammed from South African Parliament has tried to unpackage the topic for us. Welcome, Dr. Siraj.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone. All protocol observed.
Recording in progress.
I'm very happy to be here and to be in front of my colleagues and such an auspicious audience. And yeah, I'm very proud to be speaking on behalf of the South African Parliamentary Budget Office as well. I think many of the issues I want to talk about have been raised, including by the clerks and the Honorable Chair from Kenya. And so it gives me an opportunity also, I think, to respond to some of the points made. But I'll try not to be too long in my response and stick to my presentation. Unfortunately, the time has moved on a bit. So just before I move on to my actual slides, I want to say that our approach to thinking about our own economic situation, especially with regard to fiscal issues and debt, should be grounded within thinking about the global economic system, but also geopolitical and other issues. It must look at institutional, systemic, and structural issues. So we recognize, and I think during Mrs. Phyllis Macau's presentation and others, we spoke a lot about our own problems. And we can't get away from our own problems. Our own problems are serious. We have governance issues, we have corruption issues, we have inefficiency issues, we have sometimes inadequate capacity, and I think the Honorable Chair mentioned the need to actually build the state and to capacitate the state. And so we can't get away from those, but we have to contextualize it within what's happening globally. We must look at the global power structures and how it's often driven us into a corner and constrained us in our ability to do things, especially when we think about the power of the purse, of the fiscus. And in my view, there's no amount of fixing ourselves that we can do because of the global constraints, and I'll talk to that. So if you can go to slide number 4 with the introduction, please. Thank you. So as PBOs, we should tailor our global outlook statements to look beyond the usual focus on global GDP growth over the next few years. We see in the IMF's World Economic Outlook, the UN, DESA's WESP, the OECD's outlooks, a lot of them do give good backgrounds, but a lot of the focus ends up being over what's going to happen over the next 2 or 3 years. And I'm not saying we should not do that, but we also have to look more deeply and look further back. We consider the performance of large economies, but also the potential for African countries to grow through regional activity and cooperation, example through the AFCTFA. At the country level, we look at the outlook for development with regards to development that increases industrialization, productivity, manufacturing, value added, and technological inputs in production and know-how. And this is something I don't have to go into too much because, again, the Honorable Chair from Kenya spoke about this. But also I want to add that we should look at development as freedom. Amartya Sen in the book he wrote, with that title, describes development as providing people with the capability and opportunity to have agency to pursue better lives and to pursue the economic and other lives they choose. And so the question came up, if you have a household with 10 people, do you want 2 to work at a higher salary or 10 to work at a lower salary? For me, the question is, how do we actually provide each person in that household with the opportunities and agencies to pursue better lives, irrespective of how much they want to earn? You know, if my son decides he wants to be a musician or a stand-up comic, I want him to be able to pursue that irrespective of my income alone. So that is something, and it may sound unrealistic, but I think I think that's something that Amartya Sen deals with well. So not only development from an industrial perspective, which is how we thought about development in the 1950s, but also development as freedom. Preparing for the increasingly disastrous effects of global climate change on economic development and building freedom in terms of capability and opportunity. And then the term the polycrisis has come up from the World Economic Forum and others, but looking at the impact of the polycrisis, which means considering freedom from poverty, reducing inequality, and building resilience to growing geopolitical risk, natural disasters, including pandemics. And next slide, please. Okay. Now, there was a call from one of the speakers earlier to look beyond the orthodox. And so I'm also saying within that we need to look beyond mainstream neoclassical economics and macroeconomics and look beyond those and the policy recommendations. But because these also have become increasingly doubted. The global financial crisis of 2008 raised fundamental questions about the underlying theories and assumptions of mainstream macroeconomics. The adoption of quantitative easing and unorthodox monetary policies to promote recovery was a shift away from general mainstream theory. And one point I want to make about quantitative easing before I move on is that there's this idea that we have too much debt, that we can't do anything because of debt, because our rates are so high. What the developed countries did with quantitative easing, the European Central Bank and the US Federal Reserve System, is they turned interest rates into a policy variable. They didn't take it from the rest of the world, they made it for the rest of the world. The zero interest rate policies and having negative real interest rates as a result of quantitative easing was a choice that they made to help them get out of the crisis. Now, and that's really important for us as Africans to think about, because we don't have that power as individual countries within Africa, but possibly in the future. I'm not saying we should have an African currency unit or a single currency. In fact, if we have time, I can tell you why I don't agree with that. But I think as a bloc, with the billion people that Mrs. Macau spoke about, we may have some of that kind of power to decide on how we influence interest rates in Africa and the rest of the world as well. And possibly through cooperation with BRICS countries and other kinds of cooperation, we can also shift that. So it's not only about the development, building development finance institutions or getting concessional finance, but it's thinking about the global financial architecture and the role of central banks and how independent they are, and why some can seem more independent than others, but act in a way that actually supports stimulating the economy during crisis. Now, so the recognition that monetary policy interventions were inadequate and that fiscal policy could be effective and should be used for stimulus has become part of a new mainstream consensus on fiscal policy. Now, this is interesting because we've been told for years and years that fiscal policy is ineffective, that it can only stimulate the economy so far, and we're just going to cause problems, including increasing inflation. That has been shown to be wrong. The response in the developed world and across the globe has been to use fiscal policy tools and stimuli to respond to the emergency caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and to support economic recovery. So today, the poly crisis requires a fiscal response that goes beyond short-term expansion, but the mainstream response is to shift back to fiscal consolidation and austerity as soon as possible. That's the kind of advice the IMF and others are giving developing countries, including us in Africa. And when Mrs. Macau was speaking, she said that a balanced budget is when your revenue equals your expenditure. And my deep belief is that the developing country, particularly with all the risks that we face moving forward, there's no way we can actually afford not to use debt and not to have a fiscal deficit. There's no way we can have expenditure based totally on revenue. And we should think about how government expenditure, our Honorable Chair spoke about government expenditure is only 25% of GDP, and the rest comes from the private sector investment and consumption and X minus M. That 25%, in South Africa it's more like 20%. That is what funds infrastructure, social infrastructure, economic infrastructure, schooling, education. The private sector, schooling, education, all those things are not going to do for most of us, healthcare. And so we need to think about that as an investment, not just government consumption. And that is what's going to drive policy, that's what's going to drive change, and that's what's going to drive private sector investment, the right kind, into productive sectors like manufacturing that will help us develop away from being dependent on mining and minerals. So, sorry, I need to watch my time. I get too caught up in some of these lectures I like to give. So just taking a step back and saying, what are the long-term structural factors that have impacted on global economic performance? What has shaped our global trading system and finance, the way we've globalized and integrated our trade and financial markets? So there was a shift in the 80s towards neoliberalism and the Washington Consensus that led to more market-based policies, privatization, and outsourcing of government services. The adoption of conservative macroeconomic policies, and this was led from the US and Europe, and developing countries were often with structural adjustment programs and others coerced into following this. The goal of macro policy shifted away from development for employment towards low inflation and low government deficits. The role of the state, the development agenda, and the possibilities associated with macro policy were not only redefined but also eroded. The international debt crisis of the 80s and the negative consequences of the IMF World Bank imposed structural adjustment programs continue to be a legacy we have to deal with. And we also now have within that system a global financial architecture based on the US dollar as the global reserve currency. That has come up before, I won't go into that too much further now. Financial liberalization in countries and of the cross-border capital flows led to financialization and created systemic financial risks, contagion, and large global economic imbalances. Then we've had global corporate restructuring, particularly from the 90s and in the 2000s, but continuing. And this has led to globalization of value chains. It's also led to multinational corporations of the global north dominating many of those global value chains. You have increased concentrations of sectors and changes in the global division of labor, where us in Africa generally seem to be playing the role of suppliers of primary products, and that has come up before as well. So what we have now is a global system where the financial instability and the imbalances between, if you look at the balance of payments of different countries, the amount of trade and the trade deficits on one side and the trade surpluses in other, the financial surpluses on the other side, and those kind of issues. We live in a world of global imbalances that affect all of us and the possibilities that we have with regard to fiscal policy as well. The global imbalances, particularly across the largest global economies, create conditions of financial instability and risks that negatively impact the entire global economy. Much of the problems relate to financial imbalances that were due to economic policy changes that have increased inequality and reduced the share of national income to wages of workers and decreased government provision of services and grants. These global problems also exist in large economies with large trade deficits such as the USA, but also those like China and Germany with large trade surpluses. The structural reasons for rising debt in the USA, China, and European countries such as Germany are that increasingly unequal distributions of income in favor of the wealthy and big businesses have meant that the middle and working classes can save less. On the other side, the wealthy and big business who receive a larger share of national income and are able to save more have not been increasing their investments in productive sectors. Increased financialization of economies has meant that the wealthy and big businesses earn more of their revenues and returns from financial activities. Therefore, aggregate demand has declined in the large economies because lower consumption by workers has not been offset by higher levels of productive investments. Workers in the USA have had declining real wages since the 1980s until quite recently. Now, if we look at what's happened in the surplus countries, trade surplus countries, China and Germany followed policies aimed at low wage increases to ensure success of export-oriented approaches, which cause them to accumulate large trade surpluses. And often those trade surpluses then they buy US treasuries and other financial assets with those. Sorry, can you change to slide 9? Sorry, I haven't been keeping up with telling you to change. To maintain those large trade surpluses with the USA, China and Germany and countries, others with surpluses, have purchased USA financial assets. This situation has led to massive imbalances in global trade and financial markets, and it contributed to the subprime crisis alongside increased debt of USA workers. During the 90s and early 2000s, Chinese businesses used their increased savings to invest in productive sectors, increased exports, and created more jobs. So we saw this phenomenal growth of 8 to 10% of GDP a year in China. But since the mid-2000s, Chinese businesses have not increased productive investment in line with their increased savings, and due to lower aggregate demand, they have actually reduced productive investments. These savings, including those by state-owned enterprises, have been allocated towards foreign financial assets, a real estate bubble within China, and overinvestment in infrastructure. The Chinese government has responded to the economic downturn by increasing available credit and infrastructure expansion. It has announced measures to reduce reliance on exports and increase production for domestic consumption. However, increased credit cannot solve China's declining growth. We're actually seeing, yesterday there was a headline in The Guardian, or Saturday, about the despair in China, the rising youth unemployment and those kind of problems. And my view is that until the Chinese government and businesses move away from low-wage policies and improve social spending and safety nets, aggregate demand will constrain economic performance in China. So they can do a lot of what they've tried to do in the past, but it's not going to shift them out of the problem. Next slide, please. So the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic will continue to have social and economic effects on our economies, and the risk of future global health risk remains with us. A South African health economist called Mia Malan wrote an article in The Guardian recently where she said a pandemic is not just a disease, it's a political, social, and economic crisis fueled by inequality. And I think that's really important. The other point she made was that it's easy to tell scientists to find medicines that can solve diseases. And we saw with COVID that in a relatively short period of time, they actually came up with vaccines. The difficult part is getting those medicines to the people who need it. And we actually saw what happened when we tried. First, the developed countries took most of it for themselves first, but also we had real problems in our countries of making sure that everyone got the virus. The second issue linked to the poly crisis is geopolitical conflict across the globe and political instability, wars, and conflict, including numerous coups d'etats on the African continent, take a toll not only within affected countries, but also affect neighbors and regions. And I think my colleague Nelia mentioned that in South Africa we have service delivery protests, and I think in 2022 we may have had at least one a day, and many of them turn violent. And destroy schools, public properties, also private properties. And so even that kind of conflict is bad for countries. That also means that the government gets incentivized to spend more on security rather than on social spending. We see the impacts of the war in Ukraine on shortages of staple foods and energy instability that have contributed to inflation and a global cost of living crisis. I spoke about climate change before, but it's becoming more intense with record global temperatures over the past few years. Global and domestic inequality has been shown to exacerbate conflict and detrimentally impact prospects for growth and development. This has increased. And global concentration of ownership and control of the internet, e-commerce, finance, media, and social media raises issues related to who controls and exploits our data, the unfair division of revenue, and inadequate taxation of e-commerce and other internet-related activities. Related to this, the future risks associated with innovation and technology in the internet and media space, including the rapid growth in artificial intelligence and opportunities, is a problem. But it also does provide opportunities to improve education and the prospects for small businesses and success of small businesses. But we have to remember who controls the intellectual property and the dispersion of those things. 5 minutes? Thanks. It's happening within a framework shaped by giant corporations based in the north. So the global prospects in the short run are not good given the continued impact of the pandemic, high interest rates, and uncertainty related to, amongst other things. We've got positive impacts of China reopening, but as I said, we're seeing the Chinese economy struggle. And with the in the north, we're seeing a hangover from quantitative easing and the problems in the financial sector that I don't have too much time to go into now. Let me keep moving. So what we are seeing is that, especially when it comes to fiscal policy, we're getting different approaches from the IMF and the UN. The Secretary General of the UN advocated for developing country governments to embark on bold, targeted, and timely fiscal expansion and support from developed countries to support their recovery and stimulus. What we're seeing in the latest IMF World Economic Outlook update, they're seeing inflation as the major concern and calling for government austerity to support tighter monetary policy. They say that although primary responsibility for restoring price stability lies with central banks, legislated government spending cuts or tax increases aimed at ensuring public debt sustainability can, by reducing aggregate demand and reinforcing the overall credibility of disinflation strategies, further ease inflation. With fiscal deficits and government debt above pre-pandemic levels, credible medium-term fiscal consolidation is in many cases needed to restore budgetary room for maneuver and ensure debt sustainability. Now, I'm usually skeptical about this approach. First of all, the issue of what causes inflation and trying to solve it through fiscal means and using fiscal consolidation. But also, everything points towards increasing risks that needs increased expenditures by government. And the fact that we may want to lower our fiscal deficits and debt as a way to appear more credible to credit ratings agencies and others, or to foreign investors, I don't believe is going to get us the kind of investment we require to grow. And so we're going to have to take a much more developmental perspective. I'm going to run through the more short-term slides. Unfortunately, I've taken too long, my first few slides, to go through that. But many of these come from the IMF, the OECD, the ILO, and it talks about, it gives information that you can see in these slides, but also in their reports. The one thing I did want to talk about was stubbornly high inflation. And we just saw the IMF saying that there could be a fiscal response in countries to that. And what I want to say is that mainstream macroeconomists and central bankers have been shown to be wrong, not only about inflation, but also monetary policy. And I've got about 40 seconds of a clip from President Biden, which I think would prove the point better than I can. So if we can run that, please, the audio. It's on slide 16. Go back, 16. That one. At the bottom, there's a, yes, thanks.
Remember what the experts said, to get inflation under control, you needed lower wages and higher unemployment. Not a joke. Those of your economists know that's the economic mantra. To get inflation under control, fewer jobs, more unemployment, that's number one. And making sure that you don't have to deal with it. That's what they say caused inflation. But I never thought the problem was too many people working, or working people making too much money. And one reason we've seen inflation fall by 2/3 without losing jobs is we're seeing corporate profits come back down to earth. You know, we've done more, we have more to do with inflation now. It's just about 3% now, predicted to go lower than that. We're near the lowest point in over 2 years. And at the same time, pay for low-wage workers has grown at the fastest rate in 2 decades. Wages are growing faster than inflation. Folks, that's Bidenomics. It's about growing an economy by strengthening the middle class.
Okay, thanks. So I think the problem that we've seen with inflation hasn't been the USA's trying to use their increasing their deficit, budget deficit, to increase demand. The problem has actually been increased profits and profiteering. If you can go on to the next slide quickly, please. So, so I've got some quotes from two recent articles, but one we're seeing is that speculation in crude oil markets has been responsible for between a quarter and a half of the increase in the crude oil prices. And the authors also find that oil speculators have to be held accountable for raising oil prices, not only for raising oil prices, but driving up commodity food prices related to the need for fuel and other things in industries. The second quote, I won't read it, but basically talking about how concentrated the global food industry is, for especially grains. And the second point, and how much their profits increased since the rise in inflation, but also making the link between spot markets and forward markets and the increased speculation on food and its upward pressure on food prices within those global markets as well. Okay, can we move on to the next slide, please? So what we are seeing, I think, looking forward, is that we may see increasing investment, but we're not seeing the kind of productive investment. We've actually seen in the last year or two increased investment in services driving some of global growth, but not necessarily the productive investment, and manufacturing not doing well. If we can go on to slide 20. What we're also seeing is that the northern countries have actually been able to use monetary and fiscal policies to stimulate the economies much more than the developing countries have done. And what we're seeing is that their employment rates have increased to pre-pandemic rates, but for many of us in developing countries, that hasn't happened. So we're seeing this global gap in employment growing. If we can move on to slide 22. And added to this, we are seeing in the post-quantitative easing period, and now with monetary policy choices, we're seeing increased instability within the USA, within their financial markets. We saw earlier this year the collapse of basically the 15th and 16th biggest banks. We also saw that affect the Swiss bank. But we haven't actually seen the total fallout from the increasing interest rates in terms of corporate debt, commercial real estate debt, not only in the USA, but across the world. But I think we may see a slowdown coming because of the problems, especially in the USA, with regard to levels of debt and the fairly indiscriminate pushing up of interest rates. And particularly now that we're seeing that the reason for inflation hasn't been aggregate demand growth and higher wages, it actually has been around increasing profit levels and increased financial speculation within selected markets for oil, food, and other things. But plus the war in Ukraine that has caused problems with supply chains, etc. Now in China, unfortunately, I was given the 5-minute sign 3 minutes ago, so I got 2 minutes. I can't go into in depth in China, but I did speak about the problems and the need for the Chinese to spend more money on social wages, but also higher wage levels. But what we have seen is that a lot of the Chinese problems now are based on real estate and the fact that so much of the investment from households, but also development, private sector developers, and the way in which they've been financing local governments have been to incentivize them selling land to these private developers and driving this problem. They've now got a huge bubble in their real estate markets that is adding to global financial instability. So we are living in this really unstable financial environment and architecture. Now, if we can move to slide 26, please. I just want to talk a bit about Africa. And I spoke about instability within Africa, and we've seen since 2010, there have been 16 coups and 36 attempted coups across the continent. So slides 26, 27, and 28 list them all. I won't go through them. But what we've also seen, I spoke about the importance of manufacturing and productive investment. If we look at where Africa is in terms of size, we are very far behind. Even in South Africa, we've got a huge gap within our manufacturing sector, especially when it comes to value added. Lots of our manufacturing is actually minerals related manufacturing, linked to the mining industry, but also linked to a fairly small share of the market or share of the population. The few rich people in South Africa who can sort of drive some of those markets. So we really need to look at industrial policy and the ability of Africa to grow. So yes, that slide is right. So we need to look at growing the African economy through that. Let me move on to slide 31. And I think more than one speaker before me spoke about the opportunities that the switch towards a more green economy, green energy sources, etc., has for many African countries. Africa has a high share of many of these new minerals, but I think it will be really important that we link the exploitation and the extraction of these minerals not only to increasing our revenue and increasing our trade, but to industrial policy and making sure that it contributes to value added. And UNIDO and other organizations have done lots of work on this, on how to have resource-based industrialization. And I think we need to ask, in Africa, we can actually hop over and move towards also much more green industrialization. And so look at that. I also think that, I spoke about African outlook. We have very high levels of inequality. We're led by South Africa with what Palmer, who developed the Palmer ratio, would describe as obscene inequality. Okay, I will finish now. And that also causes problems in terms of political instability, but also economic, the opportunity to grow and industrialize. So if we can move to slide 38, please. So what we're seeing is that with the pandemic and the ability to achieve our development goals, using the SDGs as an important benchmark, for instance, we're finding that we've actually regressed since the pandemic on our achievement of the SDGs. And again, coming back to the Secretary General of the UN, he calls for a new Bretton Woods moment. And it will become clear what he means by this slide and next slide. He says the 2023 SDG report warned that progress on more than 50% of the targets of the SDGs is weak and insufficient. On 30% it has stalled or gone into reverse. These include key targets on poverty, hunger, and climate. Unless we act now, the 2030 agenda could become an epitaph for a world that might have been. Developing countries are bearing the brunt of our collective failure to invest in the SDGs. This is what Guterres said. Many face a huge financing gap and are buried under a mountain of debt. 1 in 3 countries is at high risk of being unable to service their debt. Guterres said this report sounds the alarm, calling for a rescue plan for people and planet. I hope the SDG summit in September will agree to back the UN's rescue plan. So in terms of the rescue plan, what they're talking about is first and foremost, the international community must move forward on our proposed SDG stimulus to scale up affordable long-term financing for all. And there are 3 areas of action. One is a surge in finance for development, a new initiative on debt, under which short-term debt could be exchanged for longer-term instruments at lower interest rates, and the expansion of contingency financing for all countries in need. And he argues that to deal with the root causes of the dire situation, if we go on to slide 40, we need deep reform of our outdated, dysfunctional, and unfair international financial architecture. We urgently need financial institutions that are fit for purpose, that ensure the benefits of globalization flow to all. And so he ends off saying, in short, we need a new Bretton Woods moment. Developing countries should have a proportioned voice and representation in global decision-making institutions and processes. Economic and financial decisions should prioritize the well-being of people on the planet. So to come to my conclusions in the last 15 to 20 seconds that I have, we see that much of the causes of the current state of the global economy, low levels and poor progress with development, and difficult fiscal situation faced by developing countries are structural. I won't go into these explanations. I spoke to them in my presentation. But the widespread shift to conservative monetary and fiscal policies, including by developing countries since the 1980s, has constrained aggregate demand globally and within countries. Fiscal policies and debt levels constrain countries' responses to the COVID-19 pandemic and continue to constrain developmental projects and building resilience to the poly-crisis. The IMF's approach to fiscal policy is based on a presumption that developing country governments have to prove policy credibility to potential foreign investors, financiers, and credit rating agencies. It assumes that signaling commitment to lower deficits and reducing debt will increase private investment into productive sectors and infrastructure, even when the current realities show that this is not the case. Current realities such as financialization, global imbalances, and the high level of poly-crisis risk plaguing countries. What we're finding is that more and more people with savings, wealthy people, big businesses are keeping it liquid in financial markets and not investing in adequately in productive investment. There's little evidence to show that fiscal consolidation and austerity leads to development, investment, and growth. And in fact, working papers by the IMF show exactly this, and they show that the cost of fiscal consolidation isn't to crowd in private investment when the government reduces its debt. It basically reduces growth over the period. So there's evidence to show that it constrains growth. It also limits government's ability to achieve the SDGs because it requires postponing adequate levels of expenditure required today, supposedly until there's more fiscal space, but the ongoing fiscal constraint has cumulatively contributed to lower growth and less fiscal space. Thank you very much, and thank you, Chair, for the indulgence.
Thank you, Dr. Shiraj. I feel bad that I had to hurry you up, and yet you are starting to get into the mix of the real issues. So I will request that we start off by Dr. Shiraj. You can join us at the table, please, and then we'll request that as he does so, we also are joined by Michael Kedebe, Director, Parliamentary Budget Office in Tanzania. Mr. Moses Cooper, Director, Legislative Budget Office, Liberia, and Dr. Abel Nyagwachi from our very own PBO, Kenya. So you can join us at the high table. And as they come, quite a number of thematic areas have emerged from Dr. Shiraj's presentation. One is the question of structural adjustment programs in the 1980s and the privatization issues, as well as the outsourcing frameworks. How have they been? Debt financing and utilization has come out as an issue. The question of income redistribution because of the income inequalities that have caused the cost of living issues, and especially the Chinese experience. The question of innovation and AI. In fact, I just went and asked myself that there's been an argument about if we had an AI-influenced recession, are we prepared enough in terms of legislation, regulation to capture that? The questions of pandemic and the concept of supply chain, he has raised issues of pandemic and supply chain, and how you have vaccines but you cannot reach them to the relevant people and because of supply chain issues. And then the question of, here I wanted to pause also and ask myself a question. Are African approaches to the pandemic handling different from what we did, and what is it? You can imagine Rishi Sunak's approach of give that check for labor so that we don't deal with unemployment, as opposed to leaving people during the pandemic to go without employment. How has it created? And of course the question of inflation and quantitative easing. Those are just some of the issues. So I'll start off by bringing to the table Mr. Moses Cooper. You come from an environment where there have been many coups, as has been shown in the presentation slides. What is your what is your perspective of how these ones affect the macroeconomic outlook of the African and the role of PBOs in solving that? In 3 minutes, please. Sorry, we can be helped with some more mics here?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Our colleagues here present from our PBOs are presented. The question posed to me, coming from Liberia, where we had a coup in 1980 that unseated a system of government that was brought from the United States. As you may know, Liberia is a little African country that was founded by free American slaves. So when they came with the American system. To those of you who are given my call castle, if you look at the flag of my country, it's the same flag, more or less, of the United States. The only difference there is that the stripes, we have 11. They have about 13 plus. And then 50 stars representing the 56. As I said earlier, that coup broke down the system. That is, the majority that were being oppressed by the few, the whole system changed. As a result, our economy kind of went down. It was trying to pick up, but then again, in 1989, to be exact, another group came, Charles Taylor. If you will remember, right now, he's in Great Britain, in prison. The whole thing, after the coup, our economy took a downward trend because of the coup. And then the war that came, the Civil War, also had a great impact, negative impact on our economy. So I'm speaking from experience. I left from Liberia in December 1996 to go to graduate school in the States. When I left, I understand that there were various factions that tried to fight Charles Taylor after he was elected president. So that being the case, Liberia went down the drain economically. Howbeit, I can safely say that we are coming back. We are getting back on our feet in Liberia with respect to the economy of the country. So far, that's how much I can say.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cooper, for your frank discussions about how that matter has said. Dr. Abel, in maybe 2 minutes or so, Dr. Siraj has raised issues of quantitative easing, and he seems to have certain perspectives about it. Based on the presentation and your own analysis of the statistics and how other countries have dealt with this matter, what are your comments on the same?
I think in his presentation, he raised the issue of the post-quantitative easing world that we are in right now, as the US is now actively increasing their interest rate, and some of the impact that we have had were alluded to by Chair in the morning, and one of those is capital flight, which is clearly visible in the Kenyan case, and also the resultant depreciation of the shilling and its impact on our local economy, both the current account balance on the one hand, but in the fiscal space that we are in, the direct impact of the depreciation goes to our debt servicing costs. And as I think it has been raised before, the debt servicing cost also has an implication on delivery of social services by government, as more and more resources are directed towards servicing debt rather than social investment. And I think another general issue I'd like to raise from his presentation, which is also partly a question to him, is on the issue, yes, we agree, out of the recent past we have seen evidence of fiscal policy actually being effective in addressing challenges, especially that was very visible during the COVID-19 pandemic, and how many countries, including in developing economies, in Kenya's case, use fiscal expansion as a buffer to try and cushion the people. But now my question, or part of the discussion that I want to raise is, yes, you need a deficit, they are crucial, that part we agree with you, but there's also the challenge of if you run too high deficits, then it takes away your ability to respond to shocks. So whoever was doing prudent, minimal deficit, it's debatable what's the adequate level is, was able to respond to the shock because they had the fiscal space to address challenges that arose at that point in time. And whoever was running at the edge now needed support from the international financial institutions that you raised, IMF and the rest, to try and address the shock. And as you know, that comes with the straitjacket of going back to fiscal contraction immediately after they say, okay, now we're done with the crisis, let's go back to running a tighter fiscal space. And we agree it's not ideal, especially when the crises are not lapsed, but you will have avoided that if your fiscal deficit was at manageable level running up to the crisis. And I think this is a lesson as we go into the future and we anticipate future crises.
I think I'll request Dr. Shiraj, as you respond later maybe, please tackle that question, just a response to it. Mr. Kadebe, Africa Continental Free Trade Area. How can we as Africa take advantage of that position to tackle the global economic challenges that we are facing and that are likely to come as we look at the geopolitics around our continent? Your thoughts, please.
Thank you. As we say that African geographical politics around, as it has been up to now, we have several areas that is still unrest, but also we still have the economical challenges that we need to overcome. As a PBO, I think our emphasis is to ensure that we are focusing a lot on the fiscal and the monetary policy, but also to have the maybe diplomacy. We can have a diplomacy talks around those areas to ensure that they are resting and to focus on economy. But normally, the challenge that we experience, let's say economic challenge that we experience, we must focus on how these areas we can advise them, especially as the fiscal policy and monetary policy. As we can see that when we become unrest, we are normally not focusing on our production, internal production, especially we do not have enough revenues to counter our expenditures. And also, we're still going to have the budget deficits in our countries. And also, we still have to have when you look our ratio for our GDPs, it's decline, but also it will be difficult also to have debt to GDP ratios, because the fiscal deficit is, it is the difference between the government total expenditure and the total revenues. The unrest of us doesn't give out the time to concentrate on economic performance. And yet, the country, we can see they are concentrating a lot on debt. They are thinking about the debt because internally we are not producing. Then we depend on debt. And it can be, and normally it's not a domestic debt, it is external debt. And when we are concentrating on external debt, it means that we still continue to look for external creditors rather than domestic creditors. And those is, in terms of that, perhaps if our debt ratios to GDP, if can allow us to do that, but I think if we are economically honest, if you are honest in terms of politics, totally even your debt to GDP ratio will never meet the criteria of that particular area. But what we can do is to ensure that this government or diplomacy is, we are focusing a lot on the diplomacy to ensure that this geopolitical unrest in those particular areas, they're supposed to be over, and to ensure that we are focused on economies.
I request that the team that can assist us, you help to move around the mics so that their mics are on the high table, and then we'll come back for them to respond. Just here, you can move to the plenary, and we'll ask how many yes, I can see, wow, quite a number, a number of persons. So we'll take the first four. We'll give Dr. Gimor from Kenya. We'll give our colleague from Liberia, Director PBO Kenya, Dr. Masinde, and the four, and you from Tanzania, yes, and the Tanzania delegate. So we'll take those four. You can shoot your question to any of the discussants or the main presenter, and as we do, we want to request that then you make them at least just one question because of the interest of time, so that you give a chance to others. So we'll start with Dr. Gimor.
Thank you so much. I'm Benjamin Gimor from Parliamentary Budget Office, Kenya. I'll talk, I think I'll just shoot it to, is it Kadebe? Because I know he talked about African Continental Free Trade Agreement, but Dr. Sarjeen can also just chip in. What I look at it is, just in the words of Winston Churchill, we should never let a good crisis go to waste. The world economy has been hit, the financial sector has been hit drastically. And just like Sarjeen talked about, he said, most of our models aren't working. The monetary policy wasn't working the way we had expected it to. And so we have switched to quantitative easing, an aspect of fiscal policy, which has also created another bigger issue. Structural adjustment programs of the past didn't work out. We've also noticed that we are so much dependent on, wheat from the Ukraine, not really locally, which shocks you. Many people didn't know that, 60-70% of all our food is imported. Many still believed that we are an agrarian. Ideally, most of the African countries are termed agrarian countries. Our economies have a lot of a percentage of it being agriculture. But shockingly enough, we're still dependent on some of these countries. Food prices went up because of the Ukraine crisis. How are we trying to look back? Because there is a structural adjustment happening in the world at the moment. And now we are wondering, how are we going to put in resources to ensure that we protect ourselves from such vulnerabilities in the future? And this is the point where we could, really look at the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. You looking inwards, seeing how can we be able to help ourselves, as much as we are not closing our economies per se, but we are trying to look at our brothers and sisters who are next door, who you could easily depend upon them. When a crisis like this ever happens, Uganda won't stop giving me maize, you know, in the case of Kenya. I may lose wheat from Russia, but I won't be able to lose wheat from Uganda or Tanzania. So how do we ensure that this happens? But then moving just, you know, as we look at that African Free Trade Agreement, the other issue we've been having is that we've, even, you know, the trade agreements, having researched on them myself, the trade agreements have been a bit skewed. The models that we get from the West can't fit into Africa. Shockingly enough, East African community, as has been constituted, has benefited Kenya more than the countries locally next to it. Yet, we were using the EU style of a regional integration, which benefited smaller countries like Netherlands and Netherlands and the others. What's the other country next to it? Yes, but it benefited them more than it benefited the UK, France, and Germany.
Thank you.
Same thing. South Africa, SACU benefited South Africa more than it benefited the countries next to it. ECOWAS has benefited Nigeria more than the others. How do we relook, and that is going to hinder us from effectively implementing African Continental Free Trade Agreement, because most of the smaller countries believe that they are not going to benefit. How do we do proper research? How do we relook at how we are developing the African Continental Free Trade Agreement in a way that is going to benefit every single person? That is a question that we need to we need to really look at in-depthly and possibly even have harmonious researches across Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think they have raised the issues. Two main issues are the way we structure it and how we take advantage of the geopolitics. The Liberian delegate, thank you. Please make it brief.
Yeah. Thank you. Actually, we'll make it brief, like the director of the LBO from Liberia pointed out. As a result of the coup in Liberia, Liberia experienced huge capital flight because in Liberia, we are using the American dollar as our legal tender. So as a result of the coup, there was a huge capital flight. Then subsequently, there was structural adjustment as introduced by Powers Hardis Unto. Structural adjustment may be within the context of the policy of the Bretton Woods institutions. We need to look at that critically. The presenter has outlined a number of problems that are facing the global economy that are in an exogenous way impacting on developing countries, especially Africa. Where we are now, where are we? What is the way out? I see speakers from time to time continue to point out to international best practice. Is international best practice still workable? Or there is a need for Africa or developing countries to look at their own internal situation based on what is best fit that can be applicable to Africa or the African countries or developing countries? Can we still rely on international best practice to deal with problems that are exogenous over which African countries have no control? Finally, you pointed out you were dissecting fiscal policy with monetary policy, and you said monetary policy is insufficient, and so you were recommending fiscal policy as the way out. Which particular fiscal policy tool do you think is applicable? We all know from theoretical and practical economics, the budget is the most important fiscal policy instrument of any country. How can we manage our budget well so that we can strengthen our fiscal policy analysis? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the issues you've raised are important, and especially the place of Africa in international best practices and easing ourselves out of the global crisis that we are currently facing. Dr. Siraj, I think you'll tackle that. If you looked at it, he was kind of directing that question to you. Then Tanzania, after which we'll finish with the Parliamentary Budget Office. Tanzanian delegate.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Mary Laswai. Mine is contribution. I'll look direct on the how can we protect economic vulnerabilities in Africa. Having this forum of African Continental Free Trade Area, this is a blessing to Africans, and it is an opportunity to embrace. And how can we go forward is, to me, I can propose to have investment on human capital, make sure that we have young people who are innovative, and what we can look at is our curriculum, make sure that we produce youth who are innovative, on which we can have cheaper technology in which we go directly to the production. Because why I'm saying that, we are looking at industrialization nowadays, most of African countries. But the question to ask ourselves, where are we getting this technology, for instance, capital goods? We are getting this at a very high cost. When you get into a return on investment is almost a time to refurbish another equipment to these industries. So we need to have innovative youth who can produce, cheaper technology on which we can employ in our industries. Again, we have to be also very strategic, and there is no a shortcut. I think also we need to strengthening iron processing industries for our own, because most of the capital goods we acquire from outside. So we need to have homemade industries between Africans so that we can trade at a very low cost of production. Thank you. That's my contribution.
Thank you. And I think as the panelists answer that question, the whole discussion about one, human resource and its role on global economic outlook, as well as the productive investments and technologies and how they are going to affect us. I think that's the question lining. Director PBO, your question from Kenya.
This I want to direct it to Dr. Mohammed and Dr. Abel, because Dr. Abel did say that he shares nearly all your sentiments. And something shocking, and I want probably my colleagues like Nyaga to listen, they're saying the IMF empirical studies show that fiscal consultation is not a partnership to growth and development. In all our policy documents, I've been able to go through the MTBS of South Africa, the budget policy statement of Kenya, the policy framework of Uganda. At least those three I'm sure about. The same missions, IMF guys talk about fiscal consolidation. Squeezing and reducing the deficit. So I just want you to be very clear that if empirical studies are showing otherwise, by the same Bretton Woods institution, what is the way forward for African countries insofar as deficit financing is concerned, given your assertion that there is no way we can run a balanced budget? We must borrow. But what extent are we doing fiscal consultation, and to what extent can that tie with the findings of the IMF? Thank you.
I think in order to respond, I'll request that the mics come to the high table here so that we can respond. We'll start off by Mr. Michael Kadebe answering the question from Ngimor, the first delegate, and then Dr. Abel, you'll talk about the issues that have been raised by the Director PBO about the relationship between the fiscal consolidation vis-a-vis development and how you look at it. Then in the case of Liberia, I think will be able to address the matters that were raised by your colleague, maybe from a perspective, and I wish we had a Tanzanian delegate. Yeah, the question of dollarization of the economy and its impact on solving the global crisis as so raised by Dr. Siraj. So I'll start with that, and then we'll give Dr. Siraj the opportunity to answer the other two questions. So Karibu, we'll start with Dr. Kedebe. Sorry, Mr. Kedebe.
Asante. I think the question focus on geopolitical situation in Africa. But as we know that geopolitical situation, first it occurs over a period of time, or maybe, and it will normally focus on internal or external factor. That if we needed to have the successful economic development within our country or within our countries, we have to ensure that we create the policies that promote economic growth and equitable development. But also we should focus on culture and ethnics within our regions, that if the nearby regions we have the culture that if we have a diverse culture and ethnic groups that can contribute to the geographical complexity, we need to ensure that we can have the inclusive policies that can help us to consider this diversity that can contribute to the economic development. But also we need to focus on regional integration, that open market based on trade agreements within ourselves, like in East Africa or other regional integrations, because not all strategies can fit all. That strategy that might apply to the sub-Saharan country might not fit to the northern part or other. So we need to see that the agreements which are related to our culture. Another crucial thing is governance and accountability, because we are talking about the economic, but we need to have the strong accountability and the governances, because the geopolitical factors can also influence governance structure and institution. If we don't have the proper governance structure and institution, we cannot proper focus on the economic development, especially on the different parameters or indicators of macroeconomic assumption that we apply. Sometimes, as far as the question concerned, we have different dynamic and the powers that are existing within different regions. Several corpses, several political struggle, and several other things. We need to have the peace and the security within the regions that can harmonize our economic development. And other countries within Africa have different or lack proper infrastructure that can move from one region to another. So we need also to ensure that we have the proper infrastructures that influence the development of the projects or movement of goods and services within the regions. That can help us to ensure that we are really focusing on our economic development within our continent, rather than thinking outside for foreign countries or international organizations that you might think donors can impact our development. And also, I think I've already talked about the conflict and stability, and sometimes we need to look on our comparative advantages of one of another countries. That is, maybe one country can give another country, one can give another country in terms of oil or agriculture or particular crops or particular services, that which can be suitable to ensure that each country have a comparative advantage that it can be enough to ensure that country can continue economic growth depending on particular service or particular goods or particular maybe agriculture crops or other things.
It's quite a number of issues. One is that Africa Continental Free Trade Area must focus on the issues of governance and institutional development. You are also looking at the same as infrastructure. You are also looking at diplomacy. You raise an interesting case of economies of scale, that if Tanzania is good at this, then let's not do it within the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Kenya, focus on your competences. Uganda, focus on your competences. Africa part, so that all of us share. Then, so what comes to me is economies of scale. Those are issues that is bouncing off our case. I would be happy to see how we can fight, for example, rent seeking through institutional development programs by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Those are issues I think, Gimor, if you address them, you can be able to clearly bring out the concepts that we brought. But we should not lose a point, which is said, that we are likely to fail if small countries feel uncomfortable and therefore withdraw. And therefore I think these issues of looking at an economic stocktake of our economies of scale and developing within the framework and going down on institutional focus for governance, I think it will be good. Yes, then we hear our colleague from Mr. Cooper on the questions of dollarization and how it has affected or how it can help us affect or take care of the issues, economic issues that are emerging. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Like when I commented on what the situation in Liberia has caused the Liberian economy, I did not mention or tell you that Liberia, when I was coming up, we had 100% United States dollars that we were using. We didn't have anything called Liberian dollar. It was purely United States dollars. In fact, there were other citizens from other countries that used to go to Liberia to do business just to get United States dollars. When I was in grade school, junior high school, college, I paid United States dollars for school fees up to the time the coup took place. When the coup took place, capital flight, we had that. And because of that, things started going really rough. And then that was compounded by the civil war in Liberia. My words of caution to my colleagues here: if you are from a country where you have never had a military coup or civil war, I bless God for you. And I want you to remain as you are. If you have any issue with the power that be, it's better to negotiate than to have civil conflict or military coup. Not only Liberia, right now, the region of Africa that we come from, West Africa, there's a serious problem going on there now. 3 countries stage military coups. Those leaders, ECOWAS, decided to sanction them. But the sanction not going anywhere because these guys are adamant, saying, no, you cannot impose your will on us as ECOWAS. We're not going to take it. So that in our region is another problem when it comes to the economy of West Africa. I will stop there, sir.
Please note what he has said. If there are chances of negotiation, don't go for coup, because then all your economics come to naught. The question I've also, as you linger on in his response, remember also Kenya, for example, we've been grappling with using the dollar as a basis of our debt, using the dollar as a basis of our import of gas. How is it impacting on us? We've recently gone into saying we'll buy Kenyan gas using Kenya shillings. We backtracked on the process. It is a question of thinking. And when therefore Dr. Siraj talked about question of using the American dollar as the world currency of trade, those are deep issues that Africa needs to look at as emerging economies and see how we can, through the African Continental Free Trade Area network, to see how we can solve those issues within ourselves. Must we trade with dollars within our continent? That's the question. Dr. Abel, you had a very tough one on the question of, we talk about fiscal consolidation, there is no evidence in data that it will lead to economic development. Your thoughts?
I think the issue that I raised initially was, number one, has fiscal policy been effective in managing crisis? And that one, we know the answer is yes, even from evidence during the pandemic, where fiscal expansion was used as a solution to the crisis that we are facing and to cushion livelihoods and to also prevent deaths and all the other things that were done. And this was done both through tax reductions to put money in people's pockets, and also through the expenditure side, where you had to respond to the needs of the populace at that point in time. So that's where I agreed with Dr. Siraj that fiscal expansion has been shown that it can be used as a tool to respond to crisis effectively. Then the next question was about fiscal consolidation and economic growth. And I remember in his presentation, first, the fiscal consolidation that is sold is to improve your credibility. A lot of times they don't promise you growth when you're doing fiscal consolidation. They promise you improved credibility in the international financial markets, and this is mostly when you're in crisis. And the third part now was my question to Siraj, where that's where our agreement ends. So my question to him was, you need fiscal space. So we have seen fiscal expansion can work in times of crisis to solve problems, but it also means you need fiscal space or the ability to use that fiscal policy when the crisis arises. And by extension, that means that between crises, you should be able to run a narrow enough fiscal deficit or do prudently enough such that when the crisis comes through, then you have space to respond without needing the straitjacket that came with the IMF, which forces you to run into fiscal consolidation immediately after. So you could be arguing, are we done with the crisis? Livelihoods back on track? Some of the sectors at pre-pandemic level? And the answer to that is no. But if you have the IMF straitjacket, you don't have time to debate that as a sovereign. You take up what they prescribe, which is immediately, oh, we are done, people are back to normal. Now it's time to consolidate as much as we can. So that's where now the question came in.
Well, thank you very much. We then give Dr. Siraj a time to respond first to the questions which were raised by Dr. Abel, and then the questions that will come from the floor. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate the inputs from the other discussants and from the floor. It's a really excellent, not only the questions, but I think the content and the issues. And I think, just to start, I think the issue of geopolitical problems, coups, instability, social unrest are usually important, because you can't build anything on those shaky foundations. And we really need to work, I think, on our diplomacy, on our sharing of diplomacy, and our strengthening each other through that. And I think is the different regional agreements and the free trade agreement needs to start from that level upwards. And maybe not think so much about trade. I think we need to think about how we reposition Africa within global value chains, and to use those regional agreements and the free trade agreement as part of that process. But I think we also need to link it very much to not only industrial policy, but our long-term development. Let me jump into the fiscal issues, and I think those are usually important for all of us. And as the director of the PBO in this country said, you know, all of our treasuries are seeing fiscal consolidation as the answer. And I think we need to go back to look at some of the theoretical roots of fiscal consolidation. There's an economist called Alberto Alesina who in 2010 made an argument for contractionary expansion. And this moved the world after the global financial crisis away from fiscal stimulus towards focusing on monetary policy and quantitative easing. And it was the time of the crisis, the European debt crisis. And what he was arguing was that, I think what my colleague next to me said, you know, if you cut government spending and you seem to be getting your deficits under control, you're going to create conditions where business feels that it's safe to invest and now invest. And that has been proven wrong. Also, the IMF papers, the other academic papers to show that Alesina's empirical work that supported his conclusions were actually inaccurate and wrong. Unfortunately, our treasuries seem to still follow those studies. And I think the new work from people like Blanchard, IMF working papers are showing the cost of fiscal consolidation and the cumulative costs, not only in developed countries, but there have been studies replicated from Blanchard's IMF study to show that within developing countries as well. Most of the studies focus on Latin America, but I think there's resonance for Africa as well, that they're cumulative. So the problem is when we think about debt to GDP, it's a ratio. And if we're not doing anything to make GDP go up, that ratio grows. So we're focusing on the debt side and making the debt smaller, but we're not actually looking at how do we decrease the ratio by increasing the denominator. We're focusing on the numerator. So I think that for me is a really important issue. And so I think the longer we worry about, I mean, we have to worry about the possibility of default and IMF programs and those things, I agree. And that's why I also ended off with a lot of what the General Secretary of the UN said, and he's basically saying that we need a new Bretton Woods and that the global financial architecture, particularly for countries in Africa and developing countries, is archaic and it's not working. It's actually been, the game has been rigged in the favor of the big developed countries. And so I really believe that we should support the UN and the move towards SDGs, but also the shift towards saying, let's look at different ways of dealing with debt and those things. I think we are going to keep sitting with this problem of having to find fiscal space and our debt to GDP ratios and the impact of credit ratings agencies and the depreciations of our currencies for quite a bit longer, because the game in the way the global financial architecture works and the global reserve currency based on the dollar is also working against us. And we've opened up and we've integrated our financial markets into global, and so it's easy for money to shift away, especially when the US Fed pushes up interest rates. It's affected all of us. We've all had depreciations or devaluations. We've all had to push up interest rates. We all face higher bond rates. So we are in a very difficult world, but what I'm trying to say is that the solution then isn't then to go constrain growth by further fiscal consolidation. And that brings me to the question of human resources, which I think is hugely important. I was reading an article a few weeks ago about China and the aging population, and they've got a youth unemployment problem, but they're also really concerned that their population's average age is moving up. And they were saying that the most valuable resource is our people, and especially young people. I think in South Africa, I can speak for South Africa, I shouldn't speak for the other African countries, we're seeing 70% youth unemployment, and we treat our youth as a burden, not as a resource. In Europe, after the Second World War, South Korea, which the Honorable Chair spoke about before, China, they built on that population of youth to drive their growth going forward. And for me, the important thing, especially linking that back to not doing fiscal consolidation, is that economies are part dependent. And it's not only part dependent in terms of how much you industrialize and how much value you add, but how much you educate your people, how much you invest in young people's health, their productivity, but also their whole household. And so it's really difficult for me to actually imagine us constraining that, because that's going to limit our futures. And so to be able to grow in the future, we have to invest in those human resources as well. And that may mean longer term debt and struggling with possibilities of defaulting and those things. But it's really hard for me to imagine a world where we can't, where we keep saying, I can't afford to spend more on my children. So yeah, then there was, I said a lot. Have I answered all the questions? I'm sorry. Is there something I shouldn't have missed that I should?
No, I think most of them had been handled by our colleagues, so it's okay.
Okay.
We can just take another 2 or 3. Let's make them 3 maximum questions, and then we can. We can take another 3 so that the plenary can get. So we'll take my friend from Sierra Leone. Okay. Ringine, because we have published together, I will not refuse to give you a chance. Who else? So we'll go with Sierra Leone, then Ringine, then we wind up. Karim.
Thank you very much. Well, my question is to Director Cooper from Liberia. You just gave us a short history of your country that caused the downturn of your economy. Your history cannot be far different from us. You know that we are all neighbors, very good ones. Concerning the cause of your economic downturn, I want to know the war, as you said, causes the downturn of your economy. I want to know, being that you are near the politicians and you are advisor somehow to the politicians as a work of a PBO analyst, I want to know what are the measures that your government has put in place to make sure that what happened in those days that caused the rebel war, the coup, it doesn't happen. As a young man, we are just coming from Sierra Leone, and just last week, there was a press release from police. It's an unconfirmed source whether a coup had wanted to happen in Sierra Leone. Few senior police officers and military officers were arrested for maybe suspected mayhem they wanted to cause. So I want to know, what are the measures your government has put in place? Maybe I can take that home, maybe sometimes to discuss with my colleagues' youth. We also have 11-year rebel war that we might not want it to happen again. I can discuss them with my colleagues. Hey, doing such may not be good for us. So I just want to know the measures that you have put in place. Thank you.
I think the question is to address more about what measures are they saying they have put in place in order to avoid that. Ringine?
Thank you, present and discussants. Mine is a quick one, and it's to keep on dreaming. And the dream is about the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. We are around the midterm of the Sustainable Development Goals, and I think I would appreciate just a quick comment from each of them. Where are we? Are we on track in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals, or it's just another global rhetoric? Thank you.
Thank you for the question asked by my colleague from Sierra Leone. The measures are simple. That after the war, when the UN came in, other partners came in to assist Liberia to get out of its economic woes. And also, political upheaval. It was agreed upon that all of us would treat one another fairly. As I said to you, the foreigners of my nation, Liberia, they were in the minority. But because of the economic power they had and their education, American education, they felt that the indigenous were no match for them. So that brought about a conflict. I'm glad you're close to Liberia. Samuel Doe, he was a non-commissioned officer, but he came for a while. One of the 16 tribes that didn't have anything to do with the power. Because you have few people running the country, enjoying the resources of the country, that brought about the code. And when Doe got there, he didn't learn from history. He tried to go the other way around. And interestingly, the man who led the rebellion against Doe comes from the small group I told you about earlier, Charles Taylor. I think his name says it all. So after the war, when our partners came in, they say, you all belong to the same country. Treat one another fairly. That's the best solution. That is what we are moving towards. That is what we're trying to do. That everybody should be considered equal. And also multi-party democracy. During the time of the minority, we only had one party. So our country was just what, one party state. But when the coup came about, that was an eye-opener. We had, for the elections in 1985, we had more than one political party that took part in the election. Right now, we have too many of them, about 22 plus political parties. So we are moving towards a greater Liberia. We are moving towards making peace with one another, where all of us will enjoy the resources of our country equally. Thank you.
Very much. I think the points he has raised, just to clarify for you, partnerships, and therefore we see the place of partnerships and regional economic blocks together. He has raised the question of fairness. So as we undertake governance issues, exclusivity is a bad idea. To say that one part enjoys against the other, it creates us versus them. I think that's right. Then multi-party democracy. Of course, these are not purely economic factors, but they do affect the politics that affects the economy of the country. So I think just need to see that. So I think for Ringine's case, I would request that Dr. Siraj, you have said that 50% of the SDG targets are not being achieved. Maybe you can just elaborate more for him, and then we can wind up at that point.
So the statistics I use come from the latest UN, I think it's a UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs report on progress with the SDGs 2023. So it looks at 2022. And they've got also some interesting data on the reversals that happened because of the COVID pandemic. And so we see some progress being made, but not enough progress to meet the midterm goals, but also the final goal, but also we've had some reversals. And now the concern also is the levels of debt have increased and whether we have the fiscal space. And so the quotes that I took from the Secretary General of the UN come from the forward of that report, where he's actually suggesting a change to the international financial architecture and the possibility of a new Bretton Woods agreement that suits the developing world, and pointing out that the agreements made back during the end of the Second World War are archaic now, but also they've been distorted. The role of the IMF changed. it was supposed to support countries running deficits, budget deficits and trade deficits, rather than countries that were running surpluses. And now those kind of roles have been switched. So I think it's really important that we link the ability to achieve these goals, but the developmental possibilities, including industrial development in our countries, to I think, a program to change the global financial architecture. But that doesn't mean that we keep waiting for something to happen in the future, that we also look at how we can actually create development and growth and drive our GDP growth and our human resource development in a way that we can manage within the current constraints. And I worry that if we focus too much on cutting spending and cutting deficits, and I know debt is scary, but if we become too scared of debt, I think it's going to hold us back and actually constrain our growth even further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists. First of all, I want to thank the main presenter, Dr. Siraj Mohammed, for a very good paper that gave us the background. And the comments that have come from Michael Kadebe, Moses Cooper, and Dr. Abel Nyagwachi for the good input. And more so, I want to thank the plenary and the audience for giving us the necessary questions that were able to give our focus to different perspectives. I want to request that we appreciate them as they come off the stage and as the technical team prepares to present the video. That is not a good clap. Let's go with the Teacher Millicent style. We clap the Kanu style as we talk. So let's start. Moja. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Cooper. Thank you, Dr. Abel. Thank you. So, there's a video we want to play from the Parliamentary Budget Office of Uganda. Just a small clip. Then after that, I will return the microphone back to the Director PBO Kenya, Dr. Masinde. By the way, I was a bit disappointed when I looked at this program, and I've been looking at this program keenly, and I saw that Dr. Masinde is only called Dr. Masinde. I wish to advise that in future you kindly refer to him as FA Dr. Masinde, because he's a member of my institute, and if you don't use those titles, we'll have issues with you. So I'll return back the microphone to FA Dr. Masinde after the clip. Thank you.
I propose that we reduce this budget under President's office by 82 billion shilling. Why? This money for ceremonies and classified expenditure is a candidate for reallocation. How on earth can we provide for 43 billion shilling for ceremonies when the road network in the capital city has broken down? The money for ceremonies should be spent on repairing roads in Kampala and Wakiso. In Tanzania, for your information, late President Magufuli, the only activity he undertook on the independence of Tanzania was a speech, and he said the money should be used to do roads in Dar es Salaam. The total budget for the residence of the president in this budget was 417.9 billion. This means that every day the president and his family, because they are the ones staying in the State House, they spend 1.1 billion. They spend 47.7 million per hour and 795,000 per minute. Before you pass figures, you need to look at the details. That's why some people are uncomfortable when you begin mentioning names, because they are used to just a smaller report. You can see this is one volume. They are about 4. If you don't read them when you are debating budget, keep quiet. The president operates 2 residences at Nakasero and Entebbe illegally. That's why his electricity bill at 500 million and water bill at 500 million per year is bigger than a big factory like roofing. Whatever they are manufacturing at State House, Allah knows. There is 550 million shilling to buy clothes. The same amount was provided last year. We are spending on average 1 million shilling on President Yoweri Museveni's clothes every day. Our president is not a staff from Hollywood, requiring to change wardrobe every day. He's the president of a poor country. Why buy him clothes worth 350 million every year? What happened to the clothes that were bought last year? We are providing 600 million shillings for furniture. We provided the same amount last year. This residence has won itself a place in the history of Uganda. The beds in the public health facilities are not there. But the president is buying clothes and furniture every year.
I actually account and confirm that probably those guys sitting there gave him the information. I just thought let's have that icebreaker before we close. We've come to the end of day one. And I think in a special way I want to say many thanks to you for being very active during this day. We've come to the end of the session. We have tea behind there. Tomorrow we'll meet at exactly 9. Kindly, let's keep time. We have our delegates who are online, and therefore if we keep on pushing the time, it sort of interferes with the scheduling of their listening and their virtual participation. So I think with that, any other housekeeping issue? Edison, Gorod, yeah.
Thank you very much. I also join my director in congratulating you for having been very attentive so that we have an output today which we can count on. Now, there's an information we are going to share in the wall for the delegates. That's the foreign delegates. So perhaps when we share it, we need that response by tomorrow at 10. So kindly check your WhatsApp. In the next 30 minutes, we'll share it. Thank you very much.
I think we are used to praying in Kenya. Who can pray for us? We close the session before we go for tea. Yes, please. After the prayer, we are free to leave. Thank you.